Hi, everybody, and welcome to 6 Pixels Under, my podcast. I am Nerd Slayer, your host. This is episode 8, and we won't have a guest this week, but we will have a guest next week. I figured I will never really go completely out of my way to try and get a guest. I don't want the show to be completely reliant on guests, so today, my guest is you guys, the audience. So feel free to ask me any questions. Join me in the podcast lobby channel if you want to ask me a question on stream or during the podcast. Of course, there's the call-in section at the very end, which is probably best for that. But if you want to add anything to maybe one of the current gaming topics that I mention or any of the soapbox topics that I mention, feel free to join at any time. I don't know if my moderator's here today, but I'll just drag you guys in if I need to. So just join podcast lobby if you want to talk about any of that sort of stuff. On this week's podcast, we will be talking about a couple of things. For example, Fallout New California just released. It's a massive DLC-sized mod for Fallout New Vegas. Alan Wake has mysteriously returned to Steam after being removed, I think, like a couple years ago now. That's a bit weird. Of course, Red Dead Redemption 2's launch, and I guess the subsequent reaction to said launch. Also, there's been some changes, or I wouldn't say changes, but there's been a little bit of progression in the whole copyright law form of gaming and how it affects us as MMO players. That's pretty relevant to talk about. Other things that we will talk about. Well, there's a bunch of stuff to talk about in regards to MMOs during the MMOs on the Go section later on. So let's just go ahead and get started with our current gaming topics. I already have the little graphic up. How is everyone doing this week? It is the 29th today, the last week of October. So enjoy your Halloween this week, guys. Tomorrow, you celebrate that sort of thing. For the first topic, as I mentioned briefly, let's talk a little bit about the Fallout New Vegas, New California mod. So I'm going to pull that one up on screen. Gotta remember, okay, that's the one that I needed. There we go. Alrighty. So the Fallout California mod, for those who haven't heard of this yet, I'll go ahead and show it to you guys here. See if we can even pull up the trailer, maybe, perhaps. But it's basically like a completely new mod that has been in progression now for, I think they said 5 years they've been working on this project. Now, I haven't gotten the chance to play it yet, so I'm curious what everyone's reaction is. See if I can find the trailer. I don't want to play. Is this the I think this is the trailer. We'll play this in the background.
Never changes.
But I've heard rumors that there's tons of new content that they've added in this expansion. I've been calling it an expansion. It's more like a mod expansion, a player-made mod. And one thing I think people will rightfully criticize when it comes to these these non-developer made modules or mods, player-made mods, is that at the end of the day, as much as you can make things look cool, you can even write good dialogue. It's hard to not only write good dialogue, write a good story, but also act and voice act in a very, good or high level way. I know we like to make fun of Bethesda and kind of the way that Skyrim and different Elder Scrolls games have handled NPCs. In fact, I would probably argue that's probably where the NPC meme comes from, is that kind of NPC. But I think it's foolish to think that just because Oblivion, for example, had a few funny voice actors, that largely the Bethesda games haven't had good voice actors. I mean, of course, we know that they've had some pretty serious voice actors. What I mean is that when you as the player are used to that sort of experience, that might mean that when you play these player-made modules, you might end up kind of, I don't want to say cringing, because they're trying their best. At the end of the day, they're volunteers trying to do voice work. They don't have any acting background, a majority of them, of course. They're not professionals. They don't have professional sound equipment, which honestly, that's probably the biggest thing. And the reason why sound equipment, for those who aren't familiar with sound equipment, is such a big deal is that sound equipment in this regard, what it does is when you have, let's say, 1,000 lines of dialogue over 1,000 characters, which I know it doesn't make total sense, but just listen to me here. 1,000 lines of dialogue over 1,000 characters. Each 1,000 of those lines, or each one of those lines rather, is going to be so inconsistent. And it's going to be inconsistent because many people have just what you would call like an average mic setup. They don't have a boom arm set up or a shock arm set up like I do. They don't have a professional microphone. They don't have a condenser mic. They don't have an amp or whatever else. They're just going to have like a normal headset mic, and that's going to contribute a little bit to these player-made fan projects that you see in Bethesda games primarily, because it seems like players at this point almost think they can make the game better than Bethesda can themselves. But anyway, I thought that was cool to mention, and I think that it's certainly good to warn people. If you go in there expecting some professional level voice acting, you're going to be rudely awakened. All right, so the next topic we want to get to, just briefly, a couple topics. I don't want to bore your guys' heads off with gaming news this week. I wanted to save this week as a good week to kind of rant about some stuff I've been thinking about in regards to specifically MMOs and classic MMOs. Alan Wake has returned to Steam after being removed last year due to an expiring music license, which is interesting to think about that they couldn't get that fixed before. But I guess, if I remember correctly, the company that made Alan Wake, I don't know if they're still currently existing. See if we can fact check that right now. Yeah, Remedy Entertainment. What is Remedy working on right now? Okay, so they did Quantum Break. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Apparently they also did, or they're working on some game called Control, which is supposed to be some sort of third-person action adventure game. That just looks like Lara Croft or something. Oh, Jesse Faden, her name. Anyway, it's interesting to see, but I was thinking I wanted to bring this one up in particular because I haven't played Alan Wake. It's in any significant measure, and I've heard some good conspiracy theories regarding this game. I'd actually be interested in doing this one on Steam. I certainly will, in regards to Alan Wake, I will do a special video on it. I've mentioned to you guys before that I have other series ideas that I want to put forward, but right now the primary thing that's been holding me back is not having an editor to edit all of my videos. Currently, Tom, our main editor, only edits our Death of a Game videos because he has like 2 other jobs. So I can't afford to pay him enough to have a full-time editor, but it's possible I could reach out and see if I can find another editor. Maybe some young kid out there who doesn't live in London and have tons of bills to pay like my editor Tom does. I joke, but I feel like at the end of this year, you guys will understand sort of what our vision is for next year much better. We're going to put out an announcement video. It's going to be filmed in person and such. So I think that will be really good for fans of the channel and fans of me to kind of see where we're headed. Because I think it's easy whenever you see a lot of other content creators who have Patreons and have YouTubes and have all these other ventures that they pursue. It's easy to kind of think that they just treat it as something that they I don't know, just something that they just sort of like do and they're just thinking about on the go. When obviously this is something that I've put immense amount of time and effort and thought into. So it's important for me. What's up, Jermatoo? Finally caught another podcast live. That's good. And what's up, Master Token 2 in chat? Spectrum, I said hello earlier, but hello as well. Hello to the viewers who haven't responded or posted in chat yet. You guys are awfully quiet today. I feel like that's because Limpos is sleeping or something. The next topic I wanted to get to, this one's kind of more of like a reaction topic. I want to hear from you guys. Red Dead Redemption just recently launched, and obviously Red Dead Redemption 2 is, you know, probably the largest game in the series. I'm actually a classic Red Dead fan. I played Red Dead Revolver, which was the first game that came back in. At this point, it has to be like 07? Right? 04, even older. Red Dead Revolver came out in 04. And by the way, the game wasn't really open-ended back then. It pretty much was just all about fighting other people and having these duels. It kind of reminded me to some extent of Call of Juarez. You guys have heard of that other game? Ooh, that was the boss. I remember this dude. The quick draw sequences in the game were extremely difficult at later levels. I wish that the current Red Dead Redemptions did those a little bit better, but I've yet to play the second one, and I haven't watched reviews on it yet. So I'm actually just curious about opening up dialogue about it. What's everyone's opinions of it? Obviously, it's doing quite well on Metacritic. It's got a 97 out of 100 on PS4, 98 out of 100 on Xbox One. Of course, for many of us who are PC fans, we don't have access to a console. I mean, I do, but I don't have a console myself. So I could totally understand why maybe many of you haven't played it. But I wonder. I'm from Texas. I grew up around horses and ranches and such things. Of course, everyone would expect that from somebody from Texas, but I live in Austin, so it's a little bit more progressive than the traditional view of what Texas might be. That being said, what's everyone's thoughts on it? I mean, it's basically scoring as well as Super Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild, apparently. And that's pretty impressive. I've been enjoying Breath of the Wild. I've been slowly playing the game with my girlfriend over the course of like a few months. We're like very, very slow progression. What this makes me kind of think about is, it's a little bit off topic, but I implore you guys to try this on the next game experience you guys want to really, really experience. And what I mean is, don't watch a review, or if you watch a review, don't watch one with spoilers. Yeah, sorry, Sniff Nicks. I was just asking everybody, kind of having an open dialogue about thoughts about Red Dead Redemption 2. I was wondering if, because usually when we talk about a game, we have somebody in chat who's kind of a little bit more so, I guess, more interested in it. Sorry, I just looked at my letter. My middle name is E. My first name is Justin. So I can't tell you guys how many times I'll get letters or people will put me in on some ballot and it'll just say Justine. I totally random, but I just looked over and was looking at a letter and it's like, I love my middle name, but sometimes having it just as E is it's problematic for me. What I wanted to talk about with Red Dead Redemption 2, sorry, I didn't finish what I was saying earlier. I implore you guys to, in the next RPG, next game, next open world game, whatever, next MMO, either of them work. Next time you go into one of those games, don't really look into it. I mean, don't read a bunch of reviews, don't watch a bunch of reactions, don't really color your bias in any way, and also stay away from guides, stay away from Googling how to beat every single level at the max, difficulty. Really just honestly approach the game with like a bare bones intention. And I'll tell you this much, from my experience doing this with movies lately, and also games to some extent, but more so movies, I don't watch trailers anymore, because trailers in this day and age in 2018 basically spoil the entire film. And it's much more enjoyable when all I do these days is I'll look at the Rotten Tomatoes score, see what it is out of 100, same thing with Metacritic, but I won't actually read what people say. I just want to know how people are perceiving it generally, and then I kind of have my own reaction. But what I find is that if you rely too much on a reviewer, whether for a movie, an anime, a game, whatever else, first off, they have a particular bias, and not many people are good at explaining what their bias is, or knowing what maybe the person that they go to, like say for example Angry Joe, what his bias is in regards to the way that he reviews games. But I think it's really important sometime to try kind of like a more open, more lack of a better term, virgin experience with some of these stories and games and movies, because you get something in your head after reading a couple reviews. Maybe somebody says a snazzy line, and then you find yourself starting to parrot that line. And next thing you know, you find yourself starting to talk about a game as if you have some level of expertise over it, despite either never playing it or never putting any time in it to significantly research in any way, shape, or form. So I find that people will do that a lot, almost on accident. It's not everybody necessarily wants to speak as an expert, or maybe even ruin their experience when playing a game. but I find that people will often do it unknowingly and not even realize that by taking the time to just Google min-max everything, you actually make your experience worse. So that's a bit of a weird tangent, but thinking about that. Yeah, Jermatoo in chat says movie trailers are really bad about spoilers for sure. Do I have my chat up on screen, guys? Can y'all confirm that for me? Can somebody chat on screen? Sorry, I didn't check earlier. I just realized that. I don't know if we have it. Yeah, we should have it here. Sorry, for people who are just watching or just listening, you probably have no. Okay, cool. It's still on there. All right, cool. Thank you. Thanks everybody. For my I haven't played it for PC Master Race reasons, right? And that's kind of what I'm thinking about as well, Sniffnix, is are the sales of this game going to be hurt because they're delaying their PC launch? I wonder. Because at the end of the day, yes, console probably is still quite the casual audience. But if they're going to launch the Red Dead Redemption online version of the game by the end of this year or beginning of next year, it's very strange to think that they'll do it without the PC. But I guess we'll see what that's going to mean for them. It didn't hurt GTA 5. That's a good point, Farrowin. I think at the end of the day, us PC players, even if we're last on the list, as long as it's good or, you know, fulfills a niche that isn't getting fulfilled, which in the case of GTA 5 or GTA Online, I actually don't really think it's that great of a game. But what I think it is it's basically the only game of its type. I've mentioned this before, but the reason why I thought it was genius that Little Orbit decided to purchase and acquire All Points Bulletin, the famous MMO designed by the guy who designed Grand Theft Auto. Real Time Worlds was the name of the company. I always forget the name of the guy, but I'm sure somebody in chat will remember. That game has way more customization, way more MMO-like features, and has, in my opinion, besides its like faulty Unreal Engine 3, it has a pretty good base for what you could use to build, GTA Online realize into an MMO format. I think that's going to be interesting to see them try and get to. I think they're currently trying to upgrade the engine to 3.5 and then maybe inevitably 4. So it's possible within a year we could have a playable APB that is going to, theoretically outperform GTA Online in some of the niches that it currently occupies. GTA Online certainly has been a massive success, but we know that they've recently started to slow down. I think their last year of profit was like 25% less than this year or something like that. Last time I looked at the statistics, so it certainly has had some level of drop. Yeah, most people in chat don't seem to think it's going to hurt it at all. Fair enough. Delaying PC launch as PC confirmed the first Red Dead Redemption never came to PC. I think it was being developed for PC, but then, yeah, they canned it. But I think someone in chat was saying that... Oh, no, they explained it right there. Sorry about that. Unfortunately, the same can't be said about Fallen Earth. Yeah, Fallen Earth is... I feel bad for Fallen Earth. I almost feel like they're unfortunately going to get their walking papers pretty soon. And that's because it's pretty damn hard to upgrade somebody's engine, let alone upgrade somebody's home brew engine, which is basically what Fallen Earth was. It's a home brew engine. I don't know if it's going to stand up to the test of time. The Icarus engine, which I know people love to talk about how fitting that name is. GTA 5 was released at a time when people were still shifting from PS3 to Xbox 360, PS4 to Xbox One. Rockstar wanted to sell those old gen copies, which is why were released late. Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. The old Skyrim strategy. Every time you create a new platform, just keep trying to sell you the game. All right, and so the last section of the current gaming topics that I wanted to get to today was regarding the copyright law that I mentioned earlier. So there's been some developments in copyright law, and largely these are good for games in general, but unfortunately they're not looking so good for MMOs, which is kind of where most of us come into play. We're primarily an MMO audience. The downsides of this, through perusing this article, I'll post this in chat so you guys can check it out. But essentially, it says it right here. In a series of rulings, the Library of Congress has carved out a number of exemptions that will help the movement to archive and preserve games. essentially what they have been talking about in this whole thing, and there's been a lot of different developments regarding this, but this is just the most recent one. They're going to allow a museum to actually have a game in their studio, or sorry, in their museum, and you can actually go there and play it, right? So people will probably ask, well, how does this pertain to MMOs? Well, according to what I wrote down last night as a bit of my notes, the rules offer exemptions only for complete games, meaning an archivist has to have both the original game code and the original server code to be able to use it. Which, for anybody who knows coding, how many games, especially MMOs these days, have their original server code? Like, not very many of them. And then the other thing that they said in the article was that any eligible library, archive, or museum that gets an online game working in this way won't be able to allow public access from outside the physical premises. As any of you are probably thinking, the cogs are turning in your mind right now, you're like, wait a minute. So how are they going to play an MMO if they can't play from outside of the museum or from one station? Well, this is problematic, obviously. I don't want to say, this obviously doesn't mean that they can't fix this in the future or maybe further elaborate this, but in particular, so you guys know it's just not a coincidence, or maybe just kind of they didn't really address it. Actually, somebody, I think within the article, specifically asked a question about here it says right here. I'm reading through the article, I'm trying to remember what part of it there is, or what part is the one that I'm referring to. Okay, it says Museum of Art and Digital Entertainment pushed to make these exemptions cover affiliate archivists, allowing private citizens to contribute towards software preservations. AKA, to me, that's kind of a fancy way of saying other people will work on the server code or emulator. You know, the game emulator. The Copyright Office specifically rejected that request. Apparently, the guy speculates that it's because I think one of the things that they are concerned about, and this is his quote, is that the number of people who do work on this should stay relatively small. I don't really understand what they mean by that. And I think all of us can agree when we say that if you have an MMO in your museum and you're trying to save it or save what that MMO meant or can showcase itself to be, not being able to play with other people, it's just not gonna work. You know, like you can't play an MMO without playing with other people. Not any good MMO, I should say. Star Wars Galaxies had this terms of use loophole, allowing people to emulate the game or the servers if the game shut down, which is why those EMU servers are still up and legal. Well, the other thing to bring in there, Kainerus, and I know you probably know this distinction, is that people often get confused as to what an emulator means, right? And what a private server can mean. An emulator, it's a bit of a wishy-washy kind of terminology. First off, many emulators that are currently running have permission. For example, Project 1999, at this point I would describe it as an emulator. It actually has like the official go-ahead to exist. If you guys don't know what Project 1999 is, Project 1999 is EverQuest 1 in 1999. They call it Project 1999. I've actually been playing the game recently, and I'll have some thoughts about it in the later segment on Soapbox. But in this case, they actually had explicit permission in order to run their server. Kainerus mentioned Galaxies. Galaxies was able to do it. But and Farrowin, by the way, you're absolutely right. And that server code will practically never be released by companies. I don't think they have any advantage to releasing their server code. It's problematic for them in a multitude of ways. To finish what I was saying, we need to have this discussion. Maybe next week we can have this discussion. Let me write that down. I'll write down emulator versus private server, because I don't think I'm as educated in that subject as I would want to be able to sit up here and talk to you guys about it. But I one thing I do know is that there's a clear distinction between the two. An emulator, as far as I know, is not using the same source code, which is kind of interesting to think about. It's like an emulated version of the server code. So I don't know if this is good or bad changes that have, or I guess I should say developments that have recently happened. I know there's other good news about copyright law. People said that maybe there would be maybe they would be taking MMOs off this list, so to say, of what can be revitalized or can't be revitalized legally. But right now, it looks like it's very early. If copyright law is basically arguing that, oh, you should only be able to have it on the premise of an actual museum, I think we can all kind of safely agree that they probably don't really understand what an MMO is, or maybe even care at this point. So it's going to take more time, more research, more exposure, more lobbying, more outlets and people like me, for example, banging on their door. That would be a great feather in my cap, wouldn't it? If I could solve that issue for the MMORPG world. Heinerus says you'd have to buy that code probably. And he's probably right in most cases. I don't think anyone's going to ever give you their source code without any, thing in return. Speaking of emulators, though not MMO related, console emulators are actually legal. It's the game ROMs that are illegal. Well, it depends. I've heard mixed reviews of that as well, Heinerus, but you bring up a good point. I've actually heard that game ROMs are legal as long as you have a original copy of the game. So it's actually, for example, legal, and I've heard mixed reviews from people, but it's legal to torrent a game on your PC if you have the actual copy. That's what I've heard. Now, of course, I don't know if anyone wants to actually test that out or willingly tell somebody that you... Oh, crap. They're coming from me. monkaS. I'm just kidding. Distributing ROMs is illegal. Having a ROM copy of a game that you own original is not. Okay, technically. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Fairwin. I think you and I basically both agreed. Hey, what's up, Trick Tracked? Stake MCC. Jorth. I think I haven't said hello to Heinerus. What's up, Heinerus and Fairwin? Thank you guys for participating in chat. I think I can go ahead and move to the MMOs on the Go section, but did any of you have anything you wanted to add to that? If you own the copy in the same version of a game, then owning a ROM is okay. Nothing is legal now. Buy their games. There you go. What's up, Brawley? All right, let's move to our next segment. We're going to move quick today. I wanted a little bit of story time today, but not too much story time today. I know we didn't have a guest, but we're going to have a... Oh, I should probably announce that we're going to have a guest next Monday, and it's going to be the Lazy Peon. So for those who don't follow YouTube and don't follow MMOs, maybe you've never heard of the Lazy Peon, but he's probably one of the most popular YouTubers concerning MMOs at the moment, and handles probably what I would argue is like the general audience more so than I do. I think I'm a little bit more of a specialized audience, maybe more of a niche. Sorry, I'm trying to remember. Oh, there he goes. There we go. Where's our transition? Transition. Okay, so the first bit of news, which I know everyone's dying to talk about. Just kidding. That was a little bit of sarcasm because there are some people who get...
Hey, thanks.
Hey, thanks, Master Token for
guy.
7.
I'm good at shooting people, cracking wise, and pretending to know how to fight with my hands.
I appreciate that sub. We're at 15 subs, by the way. Well, 16 now. We're dropping off. We're at 16 of our 50-person sub goal. And for people who don't remember, this is so I can wear an outfit during my actual podcast. I've already ordered some t-shirts, by the way, of my own t-shirts. I know I have to order and pay for my own t-shirts, but luckily I don't have to pay for profit. Otherwise, that'd be kind of weird. I just pay for cost. But I've ordered some, so I'll start wearing that on the podcast a little bit. But the only reason why I haven't done that more, by the way, is because I wanted to inevitably end up wearing a costume. End up wearing my little detective garb, so to say. You approve of that Atten Rand sub? Good, because I love Atten Rand. One of my favorites. I love your content on YouTube. Thanks, Master Token. I'm glad you do. I linked the article, by the way, for those who missed it. Let me pull it up on screen right now. Whoops, I accidentally... No, don't ban me! I accidentally launched El Dorado. Or El Dorito. For anybody who knows Halo, you're probably like... You're monkaSing right now. People who stream that game, by the way, it's like Halo World or Halo Online, we're getting banned. That'd be so funny if I got banned for like that 2 seconds that I pulled it up. Anyway, here's the article I was talking about. So Trion Worlds was acquired by Gamigo, and laid off a number of its staff. I was told that this staff was significant. There was major layoffs. Only 25 people were able to stay. And for people who aren't aware of who Trion is, or Trion, as I think they're supposed to be pronounced, Trion did Rift, of course, Trove now, Defiance, most recently Defiance 2050, Arcade. It's funny, they spelled Arcade wrong. Variety.com spelled Arcade wrong. You could just Google this. How would you spell Arcade wrong? I don't understand that. Anyway, they spelled Arcade wrong. But Trion, I always call them Trion, by the way. Trion spelled Arcade wrong. Meanwhile, I'm pronouncing it apparently wrong. I would argue there's probably multiple ways to pronounce the name. In the same way that whenever I put my next video out, well, so if everyone doesn't know at this point, my next Death of a Game video is on Dark Age of Camelot, but the one after that, I've already decided what it is. And all I'm going to say about that one is so many people are going to tell me that I'm pronouncing it wrong, or accuse me, or accuse it of not having the correct pronunciation, I would say. Pronunciation, sorry, which is ironic, but the correct pronunciation. But I'll tell you, I'm trying not to spoil it because I started to put clues in my videos. For those who, I guess, haven't picked up on it, my channel is very detective themed. And so at the end of my Death of a Games, I'm going to start putting a tip or like a hint. Detective Conan does this as an anime for those who aren't aware. But at the very end, it'll have like a little tip or a hint as to what the next episode's going to be about. It's my way of kind of involving the audience more, but it's also my way of making it to where you guys can sort of use your own detective skills to maybe figure out what the next video is going to be about. Tree on, tree off. There, there you go. So anyway, Trion has been acquired. For people who don't know who Gamigo is, they're, I believe, let me see if I can remember off the top of my head. Did they do Two Moons, or am I thinking of a different company? What is the popular game that this company? Shaya. That's the one that I remember. Twin Saga, Shaya, both free-to-play Asian grind 'em up games. I guess I would describe them as. I can't recognize any of these other games. So maybe you guys know of any of these games, but when I look at a list of games that I can barely even recognize, what it tells me is that this company was basically making a desperate play. And what I mean by that is that they've decided that they no longer want to be a small player. You saw the same thing from this from Acclaim, actually, in my Spellborn Chronicles video, where they go from being kind of like, we do like European and Western representations of certain online Korean games or Chinese games, or just, I guess it's better to say, in this case, Asian games. But maybe they've decided that they don't want to be this perennial or like this player on the outskirts and wanted to make a big move. Maybe that's why they acquired Trion. To be honest, I'm not really sure. Like, I'm thinking about what would be their motivation behind such, because maybe it's funny enough. I know you guys are going to laugh at this to some extent, but I think at this point, Trion is kind of in this weird spot where they've lost nearly all the momentum as a company. Defiance 2050 just recently launched and isn't doing particularly well. Rift, of course, has had its progression servers, and people are up in arms about that game because it actually wasn't a classic server. That they promised basically the experience of like a classic server, but didn't actually offer a classic server. They didn't even balance it. In fact, here's the hilarious thing about Trion, guys. Sorry, I know some of you have probably played the progression server, and it makes me feel bad a little bit here. But the funny thing about Trion is that they literally announced like a progression new Rift server, and then after the fact, we're like, well, guys, we can't actually do a vanilla server or a classic server because we don't have the old server code. We never kept it. It's like, I swear, only Trion would do that. Only Trion would be like, progression server. Wait, psych, we can't even get a progression server working. Like, what? Like, that's so crazy to me that they would do such a thing like that. But It isn't, because Trion has nearly always been a pretty shit company. And yeah, you guys don't normally see me talk shit about developers or other companies, but you guys have seen my video on Arcade. You know that I'm not exactly the biggest Trion fan. And in this case, I'm specifically not a fan because I think that this is kind of Trion. The people who work there, of course, you want to feel bad for people who lose their jobs and people who were laid off. Trion, like the bigwigs behind it, I don't think they're entirely bothered by this. At the end, like the last couple of years of their, I guess, life as a company, up until this point, they've been very, very money hungry. And now I don't typically like to explain business as like a money hungry concept because every business needs to make money, including my own. Please use your Twitch Prime to subscribe to my channel or subscribe to my Patreon. Thank you. We all have to sell out to some extent. But what I mean more so is that they used to get off the hook a lot. And for people who followed Arcade, you know exactly what I'm talking about. During the development and launch of Arcade, everybody was railing on Trion and saying, pay to win, all of these things, you messed up on this, $150 Founders Pack, this is bullshit. Or wasn't it $250? I can't even remember. They're selling gliders that are $250. I know that much. There's a glider in Arcade that's worth like hundreds of dollars. And everyone was kind of railing on them. And then Trion basically said, look, guys, XL Games is our publisher on Arcade. You know, we can't really change the way XL Games is going to run their game ultimately because they essentially gave us the game to launch in the Western market. And I used to believe in that narrative. I used to really believe that was a good excuse. That it's the Korean XL Games behind it all. It's Jake Song's company. Like, he's planning all of this. He's just using all of like the Korean like monetization tactics, and it's working in America and it's working in Europe. As I've started to really pay attention to Trion, what I've realized is maybe it started that way. Maybe XL Games was like, hey, Trion, maybe you guys should make your game have monetization like this. It might have started that way, but I think anybody who's been following them up to this point, since Arcade launched back in like 2013 or whatever it is at this point, like 5 years ago, it's not XL Games, it's Trion. They became that company who was completely ridiculous, who, by the way, had forums and moderators openly disagreeing and insulting people who disagreed with them. Locking of threads. Someone made a thread of my Death of a Game Arcade video. The moderators banned the guy. Sorry. Thank you, guy, for having the gumption or guts to post that there in hostile territory. It's hilarious when you guys do that, by the way. I think it's really funny to see like a lot of hostile like somebody made the Death of a Game post on the SWOTOR forums, and you guys should look up that thread if you haven't already. Someone in the chat could probably link it, but it's pretty damn funny. And yeah, Trion at this point, they weren't innocent, guys. They did a lot of bad shit, a lot of shifty shit. They tried to relaunch their games multiple times. They've tried to say, oops, gotcha with Rift and its progression servers. They mucked that game up in the first place through a bunch of different business practices that have gone kind of awry. Sniffnix in chat says, Trion is not a company, it's a con crew. It sounds like very offensive to say that, but at this point I have to kind of agree with you. They got a taste of that Arcade money, and after they got that Arcade money, they were never the same. They really were never the same. And you can go back and historically check this. I played Rift at launch. I think most of us played Rift at launch or some iteration of early Rift. I actually didn't mind the game that much. Yeah, to some extent it's a WoW clone at the end of the day, but it's a good WoW clone, I would say. But then Arcade came out and we thought it was going to be this big savior of MMOs and Sandpark and all of these other memes and stuff. And they completely mucked that up on their own. And we thought it was XL Games that was behind it all. I think Trion was not the best company. We can safely say that with certainty at this point. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can see it, but I allowed you to post the link. Let me make sure. I'll post it myself. Thank you for pulling that up, Jermatoo, by the way. That's really funny. Hey, what's up, Snacksamus? And And Sniff Nix, I don't know if I said hello to you either. Doom Black Dragon, hey, what's up? The thread is still open on the forums, by the way, Nerd Slayer. Oh, okay. People were still replying. I would go check that out if you guys haven't seen that yet. It's pretty funny. Sorry, I have my screen up and you guys aren't really seeing what I'm doing. I don't know if that's weird to y'all, but I'm clicking around and whatever else. Oh, no, it's okay, Doom. Like, in the very beginning, I found that it's often there's next to no interaction that you're going to have with other people. But as if everyone remembers, go ahead and join the Discord. You can join the podcast lobby. You can talk to Doom Black Dragon. You can set up asking me a question. You can ask me anything at the end of the podcast during the call-in segment. Or if you want to have anything to add about Trion's death or any of the current news that I've already espoused, feel free to join and we can do that right now. We don't have to wait to the very end. It just depends on you guys. I want to make the podcast about talking to you guys, interacting with you guys, and I guess getting a different sort of opinion from the community on certain topics that maybe I wouldn't normally talk about. So yeah, that's basically all I have about Trion. It sucks. I know the next question people are going to ask me is, what does this mean? Right? What exactly does this mean? Put it this way. GameAgo immediately had to lay off a lot of different people, which tells you that they didn't have the same kind of resources to just be able to, uphold all of those employees at the time. What it also means to me, and I know this is going to be, going to fly off of some people. They're not going to care whenever I make this statement. It's probably because they're not going to work on any new IPs. My argument for why GameAgo would purchase Trion right now and then proceed to lay off a bunch of its staff, what I see that as is that they're trying to take their free-to-play model, squeeze out as much money from it, and profit from it as they possibly can before maybe getting enough money to make a new IP at a later date. But at this point, I don't know about you guys, but if I purchase a company as a businessman, if I purchase a company and I lay off a bunch of its staff, it's essentially because we're going to be operating with a skeleton crew to try and milk the games that we have currently running as best as we possibly can. We're not going to have a new development team because, let's be honest, if they have 25 people at their studio, which apparently they have 25 right now, 25 ain't enough to do full-scale content for like 5 games that they 5 online games. Trove, Defiance, Arcade, Rift, Atlas Reactor, that one's still out. They have like 5 or 6 games. So how they would be able to create new content for all of these different games, it's basically impossible. And this is where I got some, speaking of SWOTOR, by the way, I get a lot of funny comments concerning SWOTOR, where people will often say, well, Nerd Slayer, SWOTOR, it's been a year and it's still alive, as if that like means something. And if you don't watch my video, I can see how you could think that that would mean something if I was arguing that SWOTOR, for example, was literally dead, except that that was never my argument. My argument is that it's a shell of what it used to be, and it will continue to be a shell, and it will never recover. One promise I will make to you guys is that I will never knee-jerk reaction concerning what I consider to be dead. I'm always going to provide as much information and data that I could possibly provide to inform that opinion of mine. The reason why, in the case, and I mentioned this, I went through my thought process of understanding why Carbine Studios failed. With SWOTOR and games like that, and people like Trion, what you often find is that there's been so many mistakes at some point, but people just continue to ignore those because as long as they get a chance to play the game, they don't really care. And what I mean is that I'll get arguments, for example, arguments about SWOTOR, or SWOLTOR, as my chat likes to say. The SWOLTOR boys will say this to me. They'll say, well, the game's doing just fine. It's a year after you made the video, so then therefore the game's not dead. The first thing I would ask in regards to that is, what does doing fine mean? Because saying doing fine, that's an emotional argument. It's like a normative claim, right? It's not a substantial claim. You have to, like, in my opinion, in order to prove somebody wrong in regards to how well something is doing, you have to do so in a multitude of ways. we could brainstorm these ideas right now. You guys and me, we can brainstorm these ideas. What do you guys think would describe something that is being successful as an MMO and an example of one that's being not successful? And now I know the biggest examples are going to be Dead, Alive, right? Because those are the most simple examples. But you and I know that Rift compared to WoW, it's not the same competition, right? You're talking 1% of the market versus 70% of the market, right? So when you compare those together, failures or whatever, right? We can talk about BFA being a failed expansion, but is it Rift? No, it's not. It's still WoW. Like, you have to temper your expectations based on the product. But what I mean is this. Let's say you take the game Rift. In its current state right now, how much impact does Rift have? Wouldn't you guys agree that impact is a way that you would describe if something's doing well in a market, right? For those who are maybe business savvy or not business savvy, but just can use a little bit of your brain power, you would probably agree with that, right? Impact is a way that you would describe if something's successful. Musicians talk about impact a lot. They say, is your music impacting the youth? Is Rift impacting the market in any significant way? You would probably argue no, right? I don't know about you guys, but I've heard only bad press about them recently. Then you would ask the question of, how many players are still playing the game? But it doesn't stop there. Based on their initial expectations. You always have to take a business or an idea or a product, compare its in-game or current success with its perceived initial success or what your expectations of its success were. And for some, people who don't understand business, they'll say, why does it matter what their expectations are? Well, because when SWTOR, for example, to bring it back to SWTOR, when SWTOR says that it's basically going to be KOTOR 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, when SWTOR has a budget of 200 million, because that's its budget post-launch, like right after its launch, and is a game that at one point within a couple of months was at 1 million population, and within 6 to 8 months dropped to 200,000 population. So when you look at the statistics, right, it's easy to understand if something's failing, to what level it's failing, and then possibly if you have a company like NCSoft, for example, which releases financials, you could even get down to the nitty-gritty and understand what the economics of it are. And in the case of SWTOR, when SWTOR is not making enough money for BioWare, and at this point EA, to the point to where they're being relegated to some like back page other revenue stream, I think we could probably make a pretty educated argument in saying that the game's not going to last particularly long. And if it did last long, at this point, last longer, I should say, it's going to be a fraction of its initial expectation and its initial existence. And, based on my criteria, that's dead to me. And so with SWTOR, and I use SWTOR as an example because I feel like it's one of the more controversial ones. It's a juicy one to talk about. But SWTOR recently has announced their expansion. Now, if anyone, I implore you to go read what this expansion details. And the reason why I keep saying expansion is that oftentimes a developer will call a content patch an expansion when they haven't done content in a long time. So it's like, it sounds juicier than content patch is coming, right? To say expansion. It sounds like, oh man, like expansion, like wow. Expansion, it comes with an extra planet. It comes with a new storyline, Imperial and I guess at that point, Republic storyline. And then they've basically fixed a bunch of their PvP modes. And what you'll find, and feel free to disagree with me if you disagree, what you'll find through looking at this new, expansion is that more so it's a content fix. It's more like them fixing old content that should have been fixed years and years and years ago. For example, this patch in particular changes a lot of the PvP content, or better yet, makes it better. It puts more of a focus on the PvP content. This game came out in 2011. Like these PvP issues, guys. We've been complaining about PvP issues in SWTOR for like 8 years now. I've been playing since 2010, before the game was out. You see why, like, when I look at this content patch or expansion and everyone's like so excited about it, and I'm looking at this like, this is a bunch of balance changes, guys. Like, these are balance changes. Like, what? Why are you seeing this as some significant change? It isn't. I like how most of these posts are just shitting on the length of the video rather than watching it. I can understand that to some extent. One thing I'll say to you guys watching now, I will assume that new SWG patch 5.10 is not the expansion. 6.0 is the expansion. What's 6.0 is the PvP patch that I'm talking about. Sorry, the PvP content that I'm talking about. That's the patch, and the expansion is the planet and the storyline. Because I thought they were doing it all together in one like big, you know, expansion or whatever else they were going to call it. Oh, so the PvP... Okay, I give them a little bit more credit for that. They put the PvP patch out first, which I think is good. So they haven't actually announced what the expansion is besides the storyline stuff? That might even be worse than I thought it was. Because I know people have mentioned the expansion ad nauseum, and I don't know of any clear details about it. And now I'm starting to understand that the details that I did think I knew regarding the expansion were actually only the content patch, which is separate from the expansion. I wonder... It's a good thing that they did that from the perspective that you want to get your balance changes in before an expansion. But what confuses me about that? PvP 5.9, planet is 5.10, expansion is unknown. Huh. Can anyone explain to me what their plan is with this whole content? I guess reveal? Okay, so I like that they've made it iterative. Like, I don't actually fault that they didn't combine it all together, which is what I assumed, by the way. Which, as far as I know from what Kainerus is saying, it's that's a wrong assessment. But it's a sequence of updates. PvP update followed by a new planet story update, followed by the expansion, which is not yet detailed yet. Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm confusing myself, but I'm also just getting confused by the whole thing because I'm trying to understand from their perspective why now and what in. I'll be bold in saying this, and I've said this much as well before in the past. When you announce an expansion, but months go by and you don't say what that expansion is, I think there's two ways we could speculate there, right? We could speculate that they don't know what it is yet, which is very realistic. It could be they don't know what the scope of it is yet, and the reason why that's different is because maybe they're realizing what their limitations are in regards to what they can do, because they don't have a full team working on SWG anymore. I don't think it's been a full team in some time. In fact, I think the last time I've heard about it, EA themselves was already considering shutting down SWG. But ever since the Disney acquisition, that talk has been hush-hushed with the new Disney acquisition. I don't know if EA has the balls to cut the game now that Disney's owning the IP, because, you know, Disney might just say no, just keep it going. But I'm not sure. I don't know what Disney's... I don't think any of us know really what Supreme Overlord Disney wants in all of this. I would argue that they're probably more interested in a new MMO, but I mean, MMOs, we ain't doing so hot right now, overall. So it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't want to even get involved, period. Sorry, my bot's GGing you, Kainerus. For people who didn't see, I'll link it again. He launched the fall roadmap. I'll pull that up on screen. By the way, thanks for letting me know about that. I didn't want to be wrong. If I ever say anything wrong, guys, please correct me. I'd rather be right than continue to pretend. Okay, so this is what I saw last time. Summer of PvP update. So that's the update 5.9 that people were mentioning, which has added a new war zone. Sorry, guys. I'm so mad because I have been playing this game for such a long time. The last time I played was last year. But since beta, we've been telling them about ways that they could fix PvP and things that they could add to make the system that much better. And I just wonder what has beholden them to want to now finally try and change PvP. By the way, if any of you haven't noticed, nearly all of these PvP changes are instanced PvP. And because I have very high expectations of you guys as my followers and my supporters, my, at this point, friends, I want to ask you guys a question. Why do you think that they're only focusing on instance content? I'm just curious. I'm curious what the speculation is concerning that. What you guys think. I walk away for 1 minute and you piss off the bot. Supreme Overlord Mickey. Yeah, Mickey's gonna start whipping everybody again. As long as the profits are black, Disney is happy. Yeah, it's still, as far as I know, SWOTOR at this point is still positive. It still makes more money than it costs to both, keep running and develop. It's 2018. Open world is dead, right? That's pretty accurate. Stake MCC. Pretty accurate. Farrowin says easier to consume, easier to fiddle with the dials for them. Totally. I would totally agree with that. Not seeing the exact answer that I figured that I would get, but there you go, Ulysses. Ulysses picked up on it. Ulysses is playing 5D chess over here. Now, Stake MCC and Farrowin, those are also true statements that I would agree with overall. But I think that the easiest the easiest reason in the case of SWOTOR, the beloved hero engine, it's performance, dude. It's performance. That they know they can't pull off large scale PvP. They know that. It still has performance issues, Kindness. Last time I streamed it on my channel, people were shocked that I was still lagging when I was playing the game. They're like, wait, why are your frames dropping whenever you're on Korriban? And I had to tell everybody, unfortunately, almost like you had to tell everybody that Santa Claus doesn't exist. Sorry about that, kids. But I had to tell everybody that this game has always been shitty performance. It has always been a shitty performing game. Always. Since the first time I ever played an alpha, which at this point is like early 2010, maybe even 2009. It's early when I first got to play the game. And by the way, I didn't get to play the game that much. We just did a little bit of the storyline as a bounty hunter back then. To playing it in closed beta, to playing it on stage, to playing it at events. I actually went to PAX and played SWOTOR. The game has always performed shit. So that's why I asked the question. I was curious if anybody else knew really what I would probably attribute to being one of their biggest issues, which is just their engine, dude. And I don't want to just blame Hero Engine. I know it's a meme at this point to blame Hero Engine. It's probably pretty accurate too. But I've heard from Hero Engine, and again, you guys know that when you hear from both sides, the answer is always in between, right? Because every side is going to give their side a favorable representation. And what I mean is SWOTOR is going to say, the Hero Engine sucks. And the Hero Engine guys are going to say, you guys don't know how to code, which is basically the argument that they made whenever people were giving Hero Engine shit at live, whenever it was so laggy. People were essentially telling the Hero Engine guys, oh, it's your fault that this game has performance issues. And the owner of Hero Engine, which, by the way, probably isn't a good business strategy, but he said that, oh no, SWOTOR, the BioWare devs have spaghetti coded the engine in ways that we've never thought possible and shouldn't be possible. So I think that he was basically saying, like, well, I think we can all know at this point that he was saying that it's your fault, not our fault. Which, that's always a funny argument. SWOTOR, I think you said that already. BioWare invested significantly into the Hero Engine, which was a mistake, IMO. And it's an interesting mistake, isn't it, Kindness? To think why in particular they were drawn to the Hero Engine. This is why in my SWOTOR video, I make the joke that must have been a hell of a salesman. Seriously. That the Hero Engine guy, I can imagine him now. He's going door to door and he's like, hey, BioWare, Heard you guys are interested in making an MMO. Well, let me tell you about the premier engine in the world of MMOs. What MMOs has it worked for, BioWare? Well, we're just a prototype at this point. But we can show you some live demos and tests and everything. We'll work fine. If you guys are doing a Star Wars game, no problem. Big scale, we got you covered, guys. We got you. That's what that salesman said whenever he like walked into the BioWare offices. He was like high-fiving people, everyone. He's like giving people like coffee and shit, and he's giving people raffle tickets so they can go win a plushie or some shit. At the end of the day, he walks back into the Hero Engine offices, and everyone's just looking at the guy and just standing ovation. They're just like, we don't know how you did it, man. You sold an engine, a half-baked engine to one of the most developed RPG companies and conglomerates in EA ever. Congratulations, man. So should we even be mad at Hero Engine at this point? I mean, was he not just a really good salesman? I'm just kidding, guys. You would think that EA threw enough money at it to code themselves out of whatever problem, if it were the problem. Except at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much money you throw at a sinking hole. you know, it's like doesn't matter how much money you make or you spend into making your boat nice. Even Titanic gets sunk. Especially when it has a gaping hole inside of it. You know what I mean? Like I've always the best quote that I've seen about SWTOR in my years now of covering it was someone on Eurogamer said that, and I quote, "I can't help but feel like the engine behind SWTOR keeps it from ever being anything greater than it is." And I think we can probably all agree with that, because despite my hating, and I always like to rag on SWTOR, I do that more from a personal perspective. And that's because I actually really like, first off, I'm a huge Star Wars fan. Second off, I'm a huge Old Republic fan. And third off, I am a huge MMO fan. So it was like the trifecta for me. So I would actually argue it's because I care a lot. That's why SWTOR kind of gets me fired up about things. I just looked at the game showcase for the Hero Engine website, and they have a canceled games list instead. Hope that director who made the decision is very, very fired. Depends on which director you're talking about. The one for Hero Engine is out there on his yacht, and the one from BioWare is, yeah, he's probably fired. No, you're not pitching it right. We are the new engine that is cutting edge and will give you the next generation advantage on competitors, and we are cheap. Totally not too good to be true. That's a good point. It was probably more of the long con, where they were saying, like, we're the only... By the way, Hero Engine is one of the few engines that was specifically made for MMOs. Maybe that's why BioWare went with it, because they didn't have experience with MMOs. Maybe they were afraid that they couldn't figure out server code. I find that hard to believe with the money that they would have behind them, though. Why, BioWare? Why did y'all go with the Hero Engine, man? SWTOR has mostly good writing. I would agree with that. I think that, in particular, it has 3 or 4 storylines that are very good. Or has 2 storylines that are very good, and about 3 that are pretty good. That's... For me, that's worth $15 a month. 1 month, I mean. Like, if you could... I tell everybody who plays SWTOR, and I told people this in the video, if you haven't played any of the storylines and you're interested in it, shell out the $15 for 1 month and try and play every storyline that you possibly can play. That's what I did. Twice now. And it was always worth my money. So, yeah, it's, like, fun. The story's good. If you stop trying to play it like an MMO, that's another thing that will greatly help you guys if you want to go back and try it. Treat it like a single-player game. It's much better that way. Trust me. I agree that the Imperial Agent story is good enough to be its own game. I would also agree with the Sith Warrior. I love the Sith Warrior storyline. I think it's particularly very good, and I've done both of them, light and dark. I think my favorite playthrough of SWTOR was probably my mostly light-sided mostly light-sided Sith Warrior, followed by my Imperial Loyalist agent. I made an Imperial agent who was like a loyalist. He was like just whatever he could do for the Empire. Kind of like Quinn, the Sith Warrior companion, for those who don't know. Is it Malavi or I always forget his first name. Something Quinn, Malavi Quinn or whatever. And then I would say third place for me. Third place, I know people like the Inquisitor. I was kind of meh. Oh, the Smuggler. If you guys haven't played the Smuggler yet in SWTOR, its story is kind of slow in Act 1, but the writing is so good. The Smuggler, in my opinion, probably has the best dialogue in the whole game. It has amazing dialogue. It's just like you're so cocky and cocksure at the same time. I made my Smuggler, for example, essentially, without spoiling too much, a pirate. He was a privateer. He was a private military officer, private military entity who only ever helped the Republic when it was about dollars and cents. I was a privateer. I was like the pirates of the old who used to actually help kill other pirates. That was basically me, like my storyline, so to say. BioWare, you were the chosen one. You were supposed to destroy EA, not join them. They have one game listed which has a suspended page link, one for Greenlight game that never came to be, and there's only 3 out of 9 games that are still even playable, and one being the population, which, by the way, they own the repopulation. They actually own it now. I think the company that was creating it originally went under, or was sued by Hero Engine, something like that, and Hero Engine actually owns the IP, the repopulation now. So, if you make a shit game, we're going to take our IP back. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to take our IP. Unpopular opinion. I really like the Jedi Counselor. As Counselor, you forge alliances, you do some archaeology, force secrets. The Jedi Knight is a grunt with a lightsaber. There's much more to being a Jedi than chopping people up with your glow stick. That is an unpopular opinion. I'll first say that. I'll second say that I actually agree with you that I think the Jedi Knight is very, very boring. I got to Act 3, or the end of Act 2 maybe, with the Jedi Knight, and I had it all decked out in clothing. I had him transmogged and everything. Like, I was all into my character. I just stopped playing, man. Jedi Knight storyline in SWTOR is basically Luke's storyline. It's not fun to see the same, like, chosen one trope over and over and over again. That's why it's fun to play a smuggler who just doesn't give a shit, right? Or to play a bounty hunter in that game and basically just be an action hero and just say, like, I don't care, just pay me or I'm gonna kill you. Is like the extent of, like, your dialogue, right? Sith Warrior is amazing. Jedi Knight, yeah, especially when you compare the Sith Warrior to the Jedi Knight. It's like, who wrote the Sith Warrior and who hated the Jedi Knight so much that they wrote that one? You know what I'm saying? It's almost like, I feel like the Sith Warrior storyline was good enough to be like a Jedi Knight kind of storyline. They could have even done a redemption arc if they wanted to, or some type of fall arc or whatever else. Which I know is what they did in Jedi Knight. They did some sort of, like, you get, like, dark-sided. I'm trying not to spoil anything too much, guys, so sorry if I already spoiled too much. Drew Karpyshyn wrote the Jedi Knight. Okay, serious talk, guys. And I know we're not even talking about MMOs at this point, really, but are we canceling Drew Karpyshyn? He wrote Mass Effect. Great game. Fairly simple story, though. Besides, the world was amazing, but the main story is kind of simple. So I wonder if Drew at that time was just kind of, he was overreaching, maybe. Because one thing we have to acknowledge about writers, I'm a writer myself, is that if you give us too many projects and subsequently, like, right after the other, we might not be able to have the time to get into the kind of headspace that we needed. What I mean is, like, I'm sure that Drew Karpyshyn, who wrote KOTOR 1, had a lot of time to write that. But I really speculate how much time he had on the Jedi Knight. Like, I would love to ask him. I would also love to ask him how much did they pay him to ruin Revan in the Revan books. But I don't know if he'd come on with me if I asked him that. Having only played vanilla, I was kind of sickened at how the player is suddenly the super chosen hero guy in the expansions. That's totally against the spirit of WoW. Yeah, I totally would agree with that. If you're not playing Arthas or like the main character, Thrall or some shit, then you're kind of just some other Joe. You know, you're just some other soldier. Honestly, when you look at Mass Effect stories, they were really not that strong. I think the main storyline isn't particularly strong, but the world building and the lore, I think, is particularly great. I actually very much enjoy the sci-fi story behind Mass Effect, but I will agree that the story at the end of the day, it's the chosen one. it's the chosen one, right? Female troopers, the voice actor who did Bastila, and Satil Shan, didn't she? What's her? Why can't I remember for the life of me? I took a picture with this girl, Jennifer Hale. I've actually met Jennifer Hale in person at a SWTOR booth and got a picture with her. Her voice, I think we got her to say, what? I know, we basically treated her like a dancing monkey, but I think I asked her to say, or no, one of the girls might have asked her to say some Commander Shepard line. I can't remember. But she has a very nice voice, and she's a very nice lady, too. Mass Effect 1 had an awesome story, then they turned it into a soap opera. Yeah, you gotta go bigger. You gotta, you know, really try and attract as many players as you possibly can, and ultimately the best way to do that is to have some huge overarching storyline, like Skyrim did as well. Anyway, I'm digressing just a tad here. We talked a lot about Trion. I think there's a video on that company someday coming. I'll say that much. Bless went free to play last week. If anybody's excited to go try out how shit Bless Online is, by all means, go try that out. Just kidding. Never go into a game and take only my opinion or anybody's opinion for it. Always try and formulate your own thoughts and your own opinions. I thought Bless was shit and a total cash grab, and honestly, a crime what they tried to do. But you don't have to think that way. And who knows? Maybe you'll like the game. I'm not really sure. Jermatoo says it runs worse than it did before. Yeah, it's hard for me to be neutral, Kainerus, because it literally feels like it was a scam. It feels like they did something illegal. And so you guys know kind of where my problems arise as a content creator, is that obviously I want you guys to trust me. So that's why I put a lot of time into my videos in order to support my arguments. But at the same time, the scary thing is, this is kind of scary to think about. I don't even need to. I don't even need to. And that's the scary thing. I don't even need to provide all of that evidence and have the kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's channels out there who do analysis videos similar to what I do over games that didn't particularly do well later on. And many of them don't even provide any sources, any data, any like actual population numbers. What I'm trying to say is that I try my best to try and inform you guys, but I ultimately respect if you disagree with me, as long as you explain why. And know that we're going to have differing opinions when it comes to things. But just YouTube, the scary thing about YouTube and just content creation in general is that people can kind of just, they can get away with lying. And unless someone fact checks them and fact checks them hard, it's really hard to prove anything, right? Now, I'll show you guys kind of what I mean in a second. I think this is a really good example. When you watch my Telltale video, you think that you have... I disagree with you because you're wrong. For people who've watched my Telltale video, you've probably noticed that it has a lot more detail put into it than I've typically done in the past, and that was because we took an extra week on it, basically, in order to get it working. And it's also because I really wanted to treat it as my best production. Now, to show you guys how a typical script looks, I'm actually going to show you guys on stream. And I know for people who are listening on SoundCloud, you're probably like, what the heck, this sucks, but you can watch it on YouTube. Anyway, here is my Death of a Game script for Telltale Games. I typically like to... what I like to do a lot is I use Snippet. For people who haven't heard of Snippet, ooh, what's this stat? I'm just kidding. But for people who haven't heard of Snippet, you just, you know, grab a little bit on your screen, snip it, and then I paste it. And I like doing that for a lot of things, launch dates. Here you can see when the company was founded, how many employees it had in 2017, who the CEO is, where it's headquartered, the founders of the company. You know, lots of relevant information, right? I basically treat these scripts almost like, have you guys ever read an Agatha Christie book? If you haven't, I really recommend it, especially like Murder on the Orient Express. It's a very simple, easy to digest detective novel for those who aren't particularly aware of those or have never really read one before. I like to build these almost like I'm building, almost like it's like a post-mortem or some sort of post-analysis over a crime scene. It's like I'm a crime scene investigator, and I'm really trying to go through the processes of the crime itself. But I'm also a private detective in that I'm trying to seek out maybe other solutions that aren't just within the company itself, right? As a normal, I guess, murder case would work. These are just little videos. Sometimes I post videos here that I find inspiration of, or inspiration from. I don't remember where this one was from exactly. But then I start my timeline. And so my timeline is probably where the bulk of my research and my time, you know, pun intended, goes into. That default Windows 10 background. I really don't care about backgrounds at all. And I essentially start the story with what's the earliest bit of information regarding whatever the subject is. In this case, Telltale Games, right? So it makes sense whenever you're talking about a company that you talk about its inception. So what I'll do is I'll talk about the company's, you know, in this case, October 2004 is when Sam and Max, the team, forms Telltale Games. They came from LucasArts, etc. I then provide an article that explains this. And usually these articles are interviews. Now I go to the next point. When did their first game launch? 2005. When did their next game launch? Etc. etc. And as much as I possibly can, I try and provide the evidence to each of these. This makes it to where I can fact check myself right away, but it also makes it to where I can put these up on screen if I need to, or let people know in the comments about where my sources come from. Which I used to put my sources in all of my descriptions, but honestly, I kind of stopped doing that because I just realized, like, I don't know if anyone really even cares that much. Like, and that sounds horrible because I obviously care, but I don't know if anyone else really cares all that much. Here, I talked about the creator of Sam and Max, etc. You go down, and then what you'll start to see here is I bring up little events that, in my opinion, are monumental. Here you have the writers behind... actually, no. Sean Vanaman and... no, these are the writers behind Walking Dead Season 1, who went to write Firewatch, by the way, and design Firewatch. They left in 2013. So when an event like this happens, then this forces you to answer the question of why, right? Why would these guys leave? And well, luckily enough, the article actually explains that because it's testimonial from the players themselves. Wolf Among Us, we talk about when the game's going to launch. Dave Grossman leaves. Why does Dave Grossman leave? Or where does he go? That's what I detail here with an article, etc. And then what you'll start to notice as you get to the very bottom, that's when obviously the timeline starts to come to an end, and you start to have usually, you know, the big signs of failure. They have a new CEO. They had an old CEO who had to step down. They had to lay off 90 employees. And so when you go through a timeline, the reason why I like to do timelines over other types of data, organization, I guess I would say, is that a timeline allows you to accurately see date by date what events were occurring during or before, during, and after the game's lifespan. And through compiling this timeline, and here's the beauty of my own series and why I love it so much. After I compile this timeline, I know why the game failed. And I'm not going to say that I know exactly why. Like, there's always going to be things behind closed doors that I don't know, ultimately. I think recently, Bunny Hop even went to extreme lengths to talk to employees from Telltale about possible leaks and hidden lawsuits. I miss that, and that's the beauty of content creation, is that he can tell a different story than I can tell, and it can be just as useful, right? But by the time that I'm done doing timelines, I typically figure out what the problem of the game is. And let's do this a quick example where you guys can do it with me. If you haven't already seen the Telltale video, or if you have, let's just pretend you're ignorant. Company's created, company continues to release games, right? Now, some things we can see here that are very, very important to pay attention to is look at how the games go from being Sam and Max to being more ambitious, to Walking Dead, to, well, Tales of the Borderlands a bit of a weird excursion. Game of Thrones, Minecraft, Batman, Guardians of the Galaxy, right? We know that that means, just by reading that they're increasing their scope and size as a company, right? Because in order to handle these big IPs and Walking Dead and Batman and Guardians of the Galaxies, you not only need more people on your team, but you're going to need a lot of red tape. You're going to have to go through a lot of red tape, right? Other things that you'll notice just by looking at the timeline is look at the launch dates. 2014, 2015, at the end of the year, 2015, the same year, a month after Minecraft story mode, couple months later, 3-4 months later, December, Batman. This one took them longest, I think, out of all of their games and was one of their biggest failures. Excuse me. Point being is, as you notice, when you start to go through this timeline, you can kind of start to see what their issues are. For example, if you go back here and you notice that in 2007, they got $6 million in investment. They closed $6 million in investment, sorry. What that means is that, from a business perspective, is the company's looking to scale, right? When you get a big influx of cash, it's because you don't think your current levels of cash are enough to do what you want to do. And in this case, they wanted to do something big. And to me, that's why they get this big investment round. They start working on more projects at the same time, more ambitious projects at the same time, and then boom, they have their major hit in Walking Dead Season 1. Here it talks about revenue. I talk about how it's increased in revenue, which helps you understand how they were doing at the time. But then you start to look at other things. For example, when you scroll down here at the very bottom, you'll see things like they had a failed financial round. Obviously, that led to them failing. But before that, we can go for example, Telltale closes majority of studio. No, that's not the one. Oh, Kevin Bruner. That's a good one. Kevin Bruner accused them of basically not giving him his options properly, or it's such a technical thing that a lot of these CEOs end up suing for when it comes to these board. Richard Garriott did the same thing in regards to they sue for their options, because if you don't give them the type of knowledge that they need to, they can't maximize their profit. So 99% of people who get fired from a board always sue for that reason, because people are notoriously bad at doing that. Anyway, you can see that the CEO sues them in June of 2018. Well, that's a pretty big reason why they would fail, right? If they have a pending lawsuit, that could be, very problematic. They have this Netflix deal and announce a Stranger Things game, which we never see happen. So you see what I'm saying? I know I'm belaboring my point a little bit here, but this is basically what I do. When I go through and I create these timelines, I go through every single point and create the timeline. And what I find is, by the end, I already know. I do a pros and cons of what people liked about the game and what people didn't like about the game. And notice how I didn't say what I liked or didn't like. I try and make my arguments not so much based on what I think, more so based on what people thought. General community, I think, is more relevant to tell a story than just my opinion, unless I'm doing an opinion piece, like why I don't play a certain game, right? Then you want to hear my opinion at that point. Prognosis down here. This is where I basically, a prognosis, for what people who don't know, is just explaining why something didn't do well or died. In this case, I mentioned things like poor management, over-reliance on crunching. Story is a great thing to focus on, but the expense of all other aspects of the game, ? Eggs in one basket. They were on the edge of financial solvency due to relying primarily on one backer or investor, aka Netflix. Once choice stopped mattering, people got bored. Seemed to think that in order to crunch, they needed to put out more products instead of just making one good product. Reliance on existing IPs without access to existing IP characters. This is one thing that I mentioned in regards to their Game of Thrones and Guardians of the Galaxies. Then I'll go down here and I'll usually have kind of like quotes from people, quotes from articles, relevant little snippets of data. Here I have a bunch of overall scores on Metacritic for each of the games that they released. This allows me to know when did they start to see more success, when, you know, they had fringe success. You can see kind of here, they had 60 numbers. They kind of, boom, they have an 80 here. Where's Walking Dead? Okay, Walking Dead obviously is their biggest. I even put sales numbers next to each of these, which again are all reported by other people smarter than me, or people who have more intimate knowledge than I have. I talked about how one of the directors talked about how many games they have to sell in order to be profitable. Here's the article, The Verge article, Telltale Games developer layoffs. Toxic video game industry. That's where they had a bunch of employee testimonies and stuff like that. You get my point. I go through all of this work, and this is actually notes for my editor, and then we design what we call like a scene number and vision and voiceover list. Scene number is just like, in this case it's 0 here. These keep it simple for the director, or in this case the editor, in order to know how things are supposed to properly flow. Vision is typically where I'll put X thing if I want him to do something in particular that I don't think that he's going to do already. And then of course I write. And I typically try and keep it a couple paragraphs per scene, not too much. See, timeline, Telltale Games founded. So I tell him what to put on the timeline. Here's different articles that come up on screen that show either a quote that I'm referencing or showcase maybe a point that I made, for example, like them creating their company, etc. And what you find all the way at the end is pretty much nothing. It's the same thing repeated until you finish out the story. And I write these mostly in what I would describe as one take, meaning that I just write this stream of consciousness based on all the data that I compile, and then I review it maybe once or twice to see if I can find any errors. And then more so recently, I've been giving it to somebody else to edit as well. That way they can make sure I say things a little bit more, I guess, grammatically appropriate, and maybe even pronounce things correctly, which is a work in progress, but it's usually how the process of this works. So, I mean, I hope this wasn't too boring for you guys. And at the end of the day, the main point that I was trying to make is that people don't really care, right? They don't really care about all this work and time and effort that I put into things. So I have to do a better job of showcasing that to people, because it's easy to see why somebody maybe, for example, would think I'm a reactionary, because death of a game is in the name, and death of a game inherently sounds clickbaity. But I hope that will change someday. I don't really want to talk about anything else in regards to MMOs except a little bit of news in regards to Hellgate London. Apparently they're releasing Hellgate London again on November 15th, but here's the weird thing about it all. It's a single-player game. Yeah. They're releasing Hellgate London again November 15th as a single-player game. Like, I don't know what T3, aka Handbit, at this point is doing with the license. Why are they launching it in a single-player game? Maybe they just want to gauge popularity? I honestly have no clue why they're doing this. But yeah, apparently they're re-releasing this game as a single-player only game. I like how they put RPG game instead of MMO. Like they just take off the MMO part and think that it's going to be good enough for a single-player game. I'm not convinced it will really stick, Fairwind, just because the plot and the story in the game wasn't necessarily the best part. It was more so like the universe to me. And when universe is the biggest part of your storyline, I think it's very reliant on like the community themselves. Unless it's like just a very action-oriented game, or it has a really good loot 'em system, which, yes, Hellgate London is a loot 'em up. Yes, it's a roguelite to some extent. It's got procedurally generated maps. They're fairly, like, same. They're not really that much different. Each map has, like, slight variations. What I'm trying to say is that I don't think it has enough replayability in order to be a good single-player title. But I just wanted to talk about that a little bit briefly. Another thing I wanted to mention, for the classic fans out there, classic MMO fans out there, maybe people who never got the chance to play Ultima online, I wanted to let everyone know about, I guess, this recent launch. It actually just launched this Saturday, but Ultima Online Outlands has launched. It's a private server shard, or they even call it private server in EU. I think they just call them shards, but it's a shard that has a bunch of new features, ease of access features, for example, and new dungeons, new content. Apparently it's got mounted combat, which I didn't even know that was a thing. Custom faction warfare. Basically, it's got tons of different things. It's got donations, but it argues that it doesn't have a pay-to-win shop. I bring up Ultima Online Outlands because I think I'll play it at some point, just temporarily, because I've been going through a bit of a classic binge right now, trying to play all the old school games. Almost like trying to play them to see if they're as good as I remember them to be, but also to really understand what they did right and what they did wrong. And Project 1999 is one of those games that I'm currently playing right now. That's why I wanted to mention Ultima Online Outlands, because it's probably one that I'll play after Project 1999, after I get to max level. And I know some people might ask, why would you play Project 1999? It looks so ancient and it's so old. First off, you're right. It's old. It's ancient. It's 19 years old at this point. It certainly has its same charm, but doesn't have the same graphical or engine ability that, you know, current day age games have. But I would argue that it's a better MMO than many of these games. And the reason why I would argue that is that it actually attempts to be a massive multiplayer online game. It's attempting to be a massive world, right? Many of the current day and age games, they're over-polished MMOs that have essentially been, unfortunately, diminished to either the equivalent of a single-player game or a multiplayer lobby game. When you go back and play these old-school MMOs, what you guys will notice automatically, first off, is the UI is terrible in many of them. I'm sorry about that, but what you'll find generally is that they do a lot of things really good that people just blatantly either ignore or don't acknowledge. And a lot of people like to think that if you play classic games, and in this case classic MMOs, you're living in the past or you're somehow delusional. Let me tell you guys from my personal experience with Project 1999 EverQuest. It's a fun game. And you know why it's fun? It's very challenging. You will die. Maybe I should stream it. Would you guys be interested in watching me stream sometime? Project 1999, because I've been playing it, but I haven't streamed it all. But the game is very challenging. In fact, I'll save the rest of my talks about it until we get to the soapbox section, because I did have something that I wanted to mention about Project 1999 in particular. But Ultima Online Outlands launched last weekend. So again, just a little bit of advertisement for them, because I'm just trying to help those guys out. I don't know them personally. They don't know me personally. But I'd love if they could get... If you guys are going to try the game, might as well try this version of the game. What my argument would be. Last thing I'll mention before moving on to the next segment, which is our soapbox segment, is going to be Lord of the Rings Online just announced a progression, aka legendary server. And so this is a bit interesting for me. First off, because I've been thinking about Lord of the Rings Online as an MMO, where it stands currently, and what it's done good overall. And maybe why it didn't necessarily catch on like other MMOs could. And obviously, you know, the easiest example is WoW Clone. But I think if you just say WoW Clone, which is certainly an aspect of LOTRO, it certainly does have the WoW Clone feel in a lot of ways. It has pretty fun story. I would even argue comparable story to the lesser storylines in a game such as SWTOR. The world story, I think, is better than SWTOR's world story. So that means something. There's enough story experience in Lord of the Rings Online. And it appears that Lord of the Rings Online has announced on November 6th it's launching a progression server. And the way that this is essentially going to work, I've already went through all of this. They're making it to where you hit level 50 and you can't level anymore until they release the next block of content. And for people who don't follow Lord of the Rings or have never played the online game, they release expansions that are based on each story zone. So for example, the Mordor expansion is content in Mordor that also talks about the story in Mordor. The Shire, for example, would be like in that progression server up to level 50, because it's content up to level 50, which, if I remember correctly, is that Minas Tirith? I can't remember if that's Two Towers plotline at that point by level 50. Sorry, it's been a while since I've played Lord of the Rings Online. But point being, I think first off, it's an interesting system. Obviously, they're trying to cash in to some extent on the whole WoW classic hype. But also, I think it's a system that works particularly well for Lord of the Rings Online, because the game is very story focused and it's very community focused. So what better way than to launch a new server which you can monetize to a new audience, and particularly attract a new audience, but then also have it to where it's essentially going to play like some type of story module that's going to constantly update in real time, which I think is very interesting. Sorry, my nose is kind of update in real time. I don't know if I'm 100% like actually going to play. I've been considering maybe doing a stream with my girlfriend because she loves Lord of the Rings and I love Lord of the Rings. We've both played Lord of the Rings Online together and we had a moderate level of fun, but it was just off because you might ask, why is a progression server better to start on than, say, for example, a normal server? And the reason that I would say that is that, first off, I think massively OP calling it a progression server doesn't really do it justice. In fact, if you go to the thread itself, which I don't know why it's not saved here, but if you go to the thread itself, it actually mentions, I'm not saying it here, but let me see if I can find, oh, it's on their website, that's right. lordoftherings.com/Ian/legendary, or you can probably just pull this up. Here's what they say. On a standard server, players can reach the maximum level, currently 120 with no restrictions, and players adventure in story beyond the destruction of the One Ring. The legendary server starts out with only the initial level 50 and below content, with a focus on the Shadows of... Oh, it actually tells you. The Shadows of Angmar story. Gradually, the level cap and story content unlocks over time, allowing players to relive the early Lord of the Rings story anew together. I think that's really interesting. In fact, it's interesting to the point where I feel like maybe Lord of the Rings should have done this a long time ago, because they have a lot of expansions and a lot of content in that game. The combat is going to feel dated for you guys who are thinking about going back to play it. But I mean, I think you can even play it the regular game free, but I think this server in particular, you have to sub. Yeah, it says right here, you have to be a VIP sub. But I might try this. I don't know. I'm going to gauge interest a little bit, but I think one of my questions to you guys is, in the future, would y'all be interested in not only just watching me play MMOs, but playing MMOs with me? Because my end goal for what my Twitch channel becomes is a place that I can stream, talk about MMOs, and I mean, I can stream other things too. Like you guys, know I used to stream Mafia a lot, which is going to happen soon, by the way, because I have a big announcement coming in regards to that. But anyway, I would say, yeah, my ideal vision of what I would see my Twitch channel in the future being is a world where we have, first off, multiple MMOs to play that are good and fun. Hopefully, please. Please, EA. No, I'm just kidding. EA's never gonna. I don't think EA is ever gonna get involved in MMOs again. But the vision that I see is like we could have a community where we either all play the same game together for a number of time, or maybe even like we can set up goals or specific things that we wanted to do as a clan or whatever else. Really trying to find more ways to interact with you guys, the audience, as players, people, but then also give myself more chances to play MMOs and also stream MMOs. I know people miss the MMO lab, and the reason why I don't do it anymore is not because I'm gonna never do it. It's just because it's more of a... It sounds messed up. It's more stressful to try and find an MMO worth showcasing to you guys than it is to just not do the series. And I don't want to go do a video on a game that I hate and basically complain the whole time. And I know that's sexy content for some people. They like that. They like when you rag on things, but I've always found that to be kind of useless. If I know I'm not going to like it, why am I going to go into it? You know what I'm saying? As long as you have a good rambly topic to fill the gaps in. Yeah, for sure. I'd be talking throughout the whole thing. I think that's a very important thing to do. And there's so many topics that we can talk about that we haven't even really addressed yet, because we keep things mostly gaming here, but the end goal is to start talking about other things too. Or I think people were talking about classic experiences. I haven't played Lord of the Rings in an online, but I'd be up to try it again. Okay, that's interesting. As for playing, it would strongly depend on what game you play. Yeah, I guess player preference ultimately is going to matter, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think right now, if I were to just stream myself playing MMOs, I can stream myself playing WoW. I think I could garner a pretty good size audience. When I streamed WoW briefly, I was getting 100 viewers, which by the way for me is like big. As a small time Twitch boy, 100 viewers is big. But man, I just don't think I could subject myself to playing games that I don't want to play, especially MMOs. I'd rather make YouTube videos on shit that I actually want to cover. Could I play I Want to Be the Guy if he wants a suffer stream? You mean like a game that I hate or something? The Lord of the Rings website's strangely slow. That's interesting. Gamer hell, you are living, streaming, shitting games forever. They love to watch streamers suffer. I've heard that a lot. I've heard that people don't even care if the MMO sucks, so they just want to watch me like play it and react to it, and it's like, ugh. Oh, it's a mega hard platformer with. Oh, okay. I don't know. I Want to Be the Guy. That's funny. You should also know that I'm a masochist for trying out shitty MMOs. I don't hold that against you, Jermatoo, because at the end of the day, I was the same way. Like, the reason why I think I have the depth of knowledge in not just depth, but broad sense of knowledge about MMOs is because I was a poor kid. So I played a lot of free-to-play games and lots of trials to different MMOs. So, needless to say, my countless amounts of hours playing games that I thought were shit as a kid, but played them because I had no other choice to play anything else, and I was just MMO crazed at the time, especially during my childhood. It paid off, and it's paying off, luckily. Like, I found somewhere to channel this energy and channel all of that time spent. I think that's a good mentality. Instead of complaining about something you know you don't like, just let it sit there and don't play it. It's just, to me, that's low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit to me is to just go to a game knowing you're gonna hate it. So, like, if I were to go do an MMO lab on Bless Online right now, I already know I'm gonna hate it. Like, it's just gonna be me, like, hating on shit the whole time. And it's just like, I don't mind hating things. I'm very opinionated. But I don't like to hate things to be edgy about it. And I consider those people to kind of be edgy. People who hate things for, like, reactions. I just try out everything and I don't judge without trying stuff first. I respect that. Not a lot of people have the same patience, though. I spend a couple of days in Meetin too, after Peon's cough endorsement. Yeah, I don't know if we'll talk about Peon's endorsements. I can't really hold that against him because that's his personal opinion on whether or not he should take sponsored content. But I would certainly say I don't think he necessarily needs to. He does quite well without sponsored content. But I'm sure I'll talk to him about that next week. We'll have a lot of MMO stuff to talk about. Anyway, let's move on to our next segment, which is our soapbox time. And I'm going to get extra juicy today. I might even talk a little bit. Oh, he hated the game? Okay, fair enough. I didn't. When he does sponsored content, he doesn't just blindly like the game or shill it. So that's a good thing. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't really trust any of his content. But let's move into our next segment, our soapbox segment. This is probably my favorite segment because it's basically the segment that I can just shoot the shit with you guys and talk about whatever, and we can rant about things. And it seems like people generally like when I rant about things. Remember, the call-in segment's at the very end, so if you want to save your questions for the very end, you can @ me with any of your questions, and Doom Black Dragon will save your questions and then ask me them later on, or send them to me later on so I can respond to them at the very end of the call-in segment. Yeah, you can time this one. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. Okay, so one thing that I was mentioning earlier in regards to classic MMOs was Project 1999. And just so you guys know, I'm not a purist. And what I mean by that is I've never been a purist. I've never been the kind of person who says that you need to play the original only, and that's the best one, and there can't be anything that changes in the market. It just needs to stay the same, and only the old MMOs are good, and only nostalgic MMOs are good. No. I've never been that way. I know that the market has to evolve, and had to evolve. And when you play EQ Project 1999, what I immediately notice is both the great strengths and the great flaws of the game. Great strengths of the game are things that I noticed about the way it rewards you. Because the game is very difficult, and what I mean by that is that if a monster is considered equal to your level, and it's considered an even fight, it's a hard fight. It's not easy for you to fight that. And if he's a level above you and he's considered a gamble, it's a gamble. That's a good way to put it. They describe that mob when he's a little bit above you as a gamble. And then when he's a little bit more above you, that's called a red mob, aka a risky mob. That mob is likely going to end up killing you. I like this very simple system. It doesn't actually say levels per se. And not that I'm against a level system. But in particular, the reason why I think it works so well in EQ Project 1999, which by the way still has 1,000+ players playing the game. So in case people are going to think that, oh, who cares about some old game that no one plays? 1,000 people is more than people, or it's more than the amount of people who play DC Universe. Or right about the same amount. It's right about the same amount of people who play like a game like Champions Online, if not more, right? Many MMOs that are out right now have less population than games that came out 15, 20 years ago. And that's why it's interesting to go back to these games and play them, not because I expect that you'll think the game is as great as it was back then, because let's be honest, a game like EQ Project 1999 has dated combat, dated UI, and certainly doesn't look pretty. But the reason why I've still had fun playing the game is because the difficulty levels, first off, make it feel challenging and make it feel like you need to interact with other players. You need to group with people. Other things that are present in the game is there's specific classes that have unique abilities and roles within the game. For example, I'm playing a Shadow Knight. A Shadow Knight can track corpses, so it can know where somebody's corpse is. Which, by the way, there's no map in EQ 1999. There's no map. You have to figure out where everything is on your own. By the way, I think that's a good thing and a bad thing. Bad thing in its execution. I think it's better to do what UO did, which is make cartography a skill that you can actually develop, and maybe even draw out your own maps. I think that's a brilliant idea that I'm surprised hasn't been done more. But if you don't want to go that far, then just do like a Fog of War map that you have to actually unlock the map to some extent. I would prefer that as well. But in EQ 1999, there isn't a map. And the reason why that's so significant is that when you're a new player, you are in a new world. You don't know where anything is. You have to go ask people. You have to figure things out, right? You have to actually go out there and experience a new world. Other things to watch out for in that game that I love is it maximizes what I call the traditional tabletop group feel in favor of things like ease of access and maybe looking for group mechanics. And what I mean by that is that for you guys who've played tabletop, who've played D&D, who've played Pathfinder, who've played, whatever universe you've played, whatever rule set you played, in regards to the way that you approach those, you nearly always play with your friends or a group of people that you at least somewhat know to some extent, right? And each person within that adventure team or group, right? Let's say there's 5 people. Each person has a specific role. You have a bard, you have a thief, you have a mage, you have a warrior, you have a rogue, right? And they all have particularly useful talents and skills that nobody else can satisfy. And what I mean by that is that if you take out that rogue, you no longer can pickpocket the guy to see if you can get his key, right? To roll to see if you can get his key. You no longer can do that. Same thing in EQ, Project 1999. If you don't have a Shadow Knight, you're not going to find the corpse. If you don't have for example, a wizard, I think it's the wizard that does the portals, then you're not going to be able to teleport people somewhere else, right? So what you see people do is ask for bindings, ask for teleports, and guess what? They have to talk to other players and interact with them in order to get the game to work properly. And that's very integral to a tabletop game. A tabletop game, the most important thing about it, besides the DM, is everybody is on an adventure team and is working together. They all have unique roles and unique abilities, and they need to use them to the best of their abilities to overcome the obstacles that are presented to them. The reason why this kind of stopped being the norm, I would say, is partly because difficulty levels. It's partly because people want very simple to understand classes. It's also partly due to the fact that WoW started with this idea. Classic WoW is very much of the same vein of EQ in many ways, including the way that they did unique abilities, roles, languages, no fast travel, that sort of stuff. But as you can obviously see over the lifespan of WoW, they proceeded to kind of get rid of all of that. In fact, they've even pruned many of the abilities and even changed the identity of certain classes. The reason why this is so problematic is that once you no longer need a class in order to perform a certain type of role, right, that it performs particularly well because it's made for that kind of role, first off, it makes certain classes more useless than other classes. And also makes it to where you no longer really need to interact with a group in the same way. And that's incredibly problematic. Again, the reason why I started this rant with I'm not a purist is that I actually don't believe that EQ is some perfect game, right? I wasn't even a big EQ fan back in the day. But what I do think that they did particularly well is the way that they construct their world. World. I have trouble pronouncing that word if you guys haven't figured that out. Like a weird speech impediment that I have in regards to R's. I don't know why. But anyway, there's consequences in the game. And what I mean by that is that I play a human Shadow Knight. For people who know EQ, you know that Shadow Knight is an evil class. That's what that means. It means that people who are good in the game, like NPCs, attack me on sight. And you might be asking, or speculating, wait a minute, isn't that too insane? Isn't that too crazy? I know that, right? Whenever I pick my character, if I go in with that correct mindset, I already know that that's the case, right? When I picked an evil character, I knew it was going to be risky. And when I chose to live next to the dwarf city, I knew I was going to be possibly killed by guards, right? These are all calculated risks that I took because I'm playing with my friends in the game, right? I didn't have to take any of these risks. I could have stayed in the human lands, possibly never had to deal with maybe every now and then a certain NPC that doesn't like Shadow Knights or evil alignments would attack me. But as I got more and more powerful, I'd be able to either run away or actually even fight back, because you can kill NPCs in EverQuest. So this makes it to where there's consequence in the way that you build and choose your character. Two different classes that are two different races play differently, right? Because they spawn not only in different areas, but they're also treated differently by NPCs within the game. And again, this is all very simple parts of an RPG. Many of you are probably being like, okay, most RPGs are like that. You have faction with certain standing, or sorry, you have renown with certain standing, renown with certain factions. You have your standings with them. Maybe they see you in a certain way. Alignment has been in games for ages and ages. I think the only MMO really that has alignment still is probably SWG, right? And in SWG, I think it's mainly just fluff to wear like light side or dark side gear. But really, alignment doesn't affect any other MMO in any serious way, except sandbox MMOs, obviously. Ultima, EQ, EverQuest is a good example. Darkfall, Albion, Eve, a couple other games here and there do alignment systems. What you'll notice is that every game I just mentioned, give or take besides EQ, is a PvP game. And all of those have to have alignment systems, otherwise people would just endlessly kill other players. But the reason why EQ has a alignment system is because they treat it like an actual RPG. It sounds so simple to say, and I know you guys are like, what? What is that supposed to mean? What do you mean they treat it like an RPG? Because when you guys play Neverwinter Nights, or when you play D&D, or when you go play Pathfinder Kingmaker Chronicles, or whatever other universe you want to play, what you'll notice is that the way that you craft your character has both advantages and disadvantages. These advantages can be provided in a number of ways. Classes, deities, like what type of god do you pray to, maybe that gives you a buff or a certain useful ability. Everyone can remember Skyrim has done this, Elder Scrolls, has done this in general. What sign are you? There's things like alignment. Alignment can affect what class you are. For example, you can't be an evil paladin unless you're a Shadow Knight, and you can't be a evil druid unless you're like a particular like shaman or whatever it is. I can't remember what the equivalent is. Point being is that only specific alignments can be specific classes, only specific races can be specific classes, and there's great variety when you mix them all together. That's the beauty of an RPG, right? Well, when's the last time you guys have played an MMO and you've been really excited to make a character? I honestly can't remember. And that's sad, because I just played Kingmaker Chronicles, the Pathfinder game that just came out, and I love creating my characters in those games. Neverwinter Nights, I can hop on Neverwinter Nights 1 or 2 right now and have fun just creating a character. And I know for the tabletop fans out there, you're all like, well, no, duh, dude. I spend every Friday creating a new character. Fair enough, especially if you're a DM, you've probably created mini character sheets. But that's a fun part of playing an RPG. But a lot of that is kind of left MMOs. And in some ways, people would argue that, oh, it's too convoluted or it's too complicated. But what you have to understand is that if we're going to keep calling our genre, all right, the genre, MMORPG, we need to have the RPG part, right? If we want to be a first-person shooter, then we can be an MMO FPS. If we want to be a RTS game, we can be an MMO RTS, right? Like Age of Empires Online. Or E9. Whatever else is your example. Point being is when you put that RPG tag after the big letters MMO, that means that it's an RPG. And a role-playing game means that you, as the person, can role-play who you've created as a character. How can I create a character based on 2 factions, based on 3 races that have next to no identifiable qualities other than their looks, no alignment, no way, MMOBEU, there you go. No alignment, no restrictions on classes besides these Asian MMOs who do like sex or gender restrictions, like only females can play this, only males can play this, which by the way is just to save money at the end of the day. There's no reason to lock things to gender unless like you're playing Warhammer and you play the Witch Elf, which to me makes perfect sense that a Witch Elf, well, ain't gonna be a boy. That would have been funny if there was a Witch Elf skin in that game, right? Where you basically were a man. And so you'd be wearing your like underwear and your like bra, but you'd be like massive pecs and like, you know, you could see your like nipples and stuff, you know, like normal games. But then you'd have like really like hairy legs and shit. That would have been a really funny skin. They should have done that in that game. Would have been good to see a male Witch Elf. But point being, games have lost so much of that. In particular, MMORPGs. The RPG aspect has been lost. And I'm going to make a video on this so people can kind of understand my point to and to a more, I guess, defined level. Because I know I rant a little bit, and that's why this is called Soapbox. So I can be allowed to rant a little bit here. But I want to make a video that, first off, answers the question. The video is titled, What is... Sorry, that's my alarm. What is an MMORPG? What is it? And I will take, 40 minutes. I'm shooting for a big video when I do that video. And I want to put that one out, by the way, by the end of the year. So look forward to that one. I'm going to chronicle everything. I'm going to start from the beginning. And by the way, guess where the beginning starts? Tabletop, right? RPGs all started with the good old pen and paper. So I'm going to start there. Then we'll talk about MUDs, multi-user dungeons. Then we'll talk about graphical mugs. Graphical mug. Graphical mug would be a good mug, I guess. You wouldn't want a 2D or a text-based mug. Probably wouldn't be able to hold that much water, but a graphical mud, as well as the first 3D MMORPGs. And then, of course, we'll talk about subsequent games, and now we're all the way up until 2018. So it's going to be kind of like a recollection of like what an MMORPG was supposed to be, what it became, what it currently is, what it could be. One of those conversations. And I think it's really interesting because a lot of people, they just don't know that MMORPGs come from the idea. By the way, this is a quote. Excuse me. This is a quote from Brad McQuaid, the guy who invented EverQuest, Vanguard, and now Pantheon. Brad McQuaid said, actually, let me find this quote. I don't want to misquote anything. I hate misquoting things. He has a great... Sorry, this isn't a conversation I have with one of my personal friends, and we talk an awful lot, so I'm trying to scroll up and remember exactly where it is. I'll just search Brad. How about that? Okay. Is it? It was an interview in particular that I found. It's my. I'm almost done. Trying to find exactly where this quote is. Sorry, guys. A little bit of dead time. Dead air. Whatever. Why won't it let me? Sometimes Discord is like really annoying. Its search feature. Why is Discord's search features worse than like IRC? And that shit's like ancient. Okay. I guess I'm not going to be able to find the quote, but basically somebody asked Brad McQuaid why he likes to make MMOs. And his essential argument is that he loves MMOs because he looks at what the future of games could be and gaming could be. And what I mean by that is Brad McQuaid is looking at MMOs in the same way that I look at MMOs, which is imagine Matrix Online or Star Trek with your holodeck, and imagine that you are now inside of your holodeck in whatever world or universe that's created or that you're playing in. And imagine you can be exactly the kind of character that you want to be and do the kind of things that you want to do. Now, I know that's a very abstract thought, but bear with me here. That sounds awesome, doesn't it? The idea that you could choose a world, create the kind of character you would want to be in, virtually represent yourself into the game by literally being in the game, right? Virtual reality. And you could actually be your character. Now, all of us have thought about this, and this is like what most of our initial thoughts of what an MMO was, right? I don't know about you guys, but I used to think, oh, MMOs, like, it's going to be like virtual reality. I don't know. I watched a lot of sci-fi as a kid, I guess, but that's what I used to think, right? And yeah, the premise of dot hack and sword art animes as well. That's a good point. But I talk about this abstract thing because most of you would probably agree. Think about your favorite franchise. Think about your favorite looking character, your favorite archetype, your favorite activities to do in a world, let alone an MMO. And imagine that you could actually be the one doing it in a virtual reality game. It sounds amazing, right? Well, that's what Brad McQuaid's vision was when he created EverQuest. He wanted to create a game that could allow other people to essentially log into another world, right? When they hit that download button and they hit that connect and they type in their login info and they load up the EQ screen, his vision was that they were playing an RPG that at some point could become a virtual reality, right? A virtual world, so to say. And I think that's kind of been a lot of the vision that's been lost lately. And yes, part of it's technology, but it's not just technology, obviously. The market has shifted the other way. Instead of shifting towards virtual reality and shifting towards a virtual world, it's almost gone the opposite way and become more synthetic, I would say. MMOs these days play a lot more like lobby games. And feel free to, bring up an example besides, the very fringe examples like Eve or Dofus or... Sorry, not Dofus. What's that other one called? Worm Online. People like to bring that one up a lot. These other fringe kind of RPG experiences, but the mainstream audience it's nothing like it was supposed to be before. And by the way, at one point, EverQuest was the mainstream audience. Even WoW believed in that same protocol. They designed World of Warcraft to be a world, right? It was made with that explicit intention, right? To create this world. That's why they named it that, right? It's a great name, honestly. Great name. World of Warcraft, right? Those are some of the aspects that really have kind of been eroded over time. And you might be asking, why is this relevant to me? Well, I'll tell you. If you want to feel connected to your character in any way, shape, or form, it has to be a good world, right? It has to be good lore. You guys can probably all think of at least one game off the top of your head that had a poor storyline, but it had good enough gameplay, right? Jedi Academy is the one that I think of. And you might have the reverse. You might have a game that had bad gameplay, but had a really good story. I would probably say the best example of that for me is probably like Witcher 1. Terrible gameplay, but pretty good story. What's your opinion on the Leicester City owner dying in a helicopter crash? I don't have a response to that. Back in the day, I thought MMOs were just another type of game that you just played online, Lord knows. I don't know how I became so. Alrighty. MMOs are content consumption services today. That's a good way to put it. It's like our content consumption lobby-based service. It's how it kind of comes across. Covering events like that is... I think you're responding to the troll. I'd say Hellgate London for good gameplay, bad story. Okay, fair enough. I was just talking about games in general, but I brought that up as an example. It's hard to quantify to people what this means, but all I can say is that I implore you guys to research the differences between classic and current WoW, and that'll answer your question. If you've ever wondered why I feel that the current age of MMOs is so problematic, especially for the future of things, figure that out. Compare original classic WoW to current WoW. In fact, I'll make this fun. If you guys will email me, and I'll put my email here. Hopefully I don't get spam botted. If you guys can email me a detailed explanation as to what you think the biggest reasons that classic WoW is different and more appealing to the audience currently than current WoW is. The winner, the person who gives me the best pitch, I'll send you guys one of my mugs from my channel. It's got my little like NS character with the moon behind it. I'll send it to you for free. I really want to get good answers on this, and sometimes I feel like the only way you can is either be really popular to the point to where you get like 1,000 messages on, on your stream, or to promise people things. But I really want you guys to put in as much effort as you can. The deadline is next Monday. I'm going to read who the winner is to Lazy Peon. We can even read what the pitch is to see if we agree or disagree ultimately. The person that puts the most effort and gives me the best response will win the free mug. You should get a work email. I don't like work emails because, first, let me say this. X-Force Gamer is the old name that I used to go by. X-Force was the name that I went by when I played professionally. Played games professionally. I never changed my email because it has a lot of my important emails obviously attached to it. But despite it seeming like a personal email, it's actually not my personal email. It has all of my industry contacts. I get all my E3 contacts, all of my new arrivals contacts. I get all of my advertisement contacts from it. So basically, it's kind of like a center right now for me. And it feels hard to just like rip that band-aid off. When, I don't know if you guys knew this, but my channel, although it's called Nerdslayer now, it's actually not technically called Nerdslayer. And if you guys don't believe me here, I'll demonstrate this to you. This is the link to my YouTube channel. But guess what? This is also the link to my YouTube channel. Sorry, I don't know why that one didn't come up as a link. The other one did, but that is also a link. Oh, did I put too many T's? Oh, I put too many T's, my bad. There we go. Right? 2 YouTube channels. I feel like I could hear the X-Files music playing. But, I mean, my original name was X-Force Gamer, so... Anyway, I spent too much time talking about that. But I just figured I'd mention that because I used to go by X-Force, so... It's actually not my personal email. My personal email is my last name and my first name. And not, in actuality, it's a like a shortened version of that. But anyway, to get you guys involved, I want to know what you think the biggest reasons that WoW Classic is so highly sought after and what it did particularly well versus what current day WoW is. If you guys do this example, even if you don't win the mug, which I know everyone wants to win, but at the end of the day, only one can win. Even if you don't win, what you'll find is you'll realize a lot of things that you never even considered before. You'll start to understand that although in some ways tedium is increased in classic games, for example, tedium is increased because of a reason, right? And that doesn't mean that it's a good enough reason to add tedium. An example of this is that I've already criticized the way EQ Project 1999 handles its map. I think that system, no map, period, is stupid. It's not realistic. If I go outside right now, I can find where I am based on the map, right? Same thing you could say in an MMO world. If you load into a freaking MMO world and you're a Shadow Knight who can cast like death spells and summon skeletons, you don't think that I could pick up a map and be like, hey, Billy Bob at X Tavern, can you tell me where I am? Yeah, they're going to be able to do that, right? They're going to say, you're here on the map. So I think that cartography can be a skill that people can put in a game. UO has done it already. Other MMOs have done it as well, but none particularly well. Point being, I can criticize Classic WoW. I can criticize Classic EQ, SWG, pre-CU. I can criticize all of it. I mean, I spent 45 minutes doing that. I can criticize these games, but I can also love aspects about them. In order for us to make the best type of MMO, we have to take the best features and discard the bad features, right? And WoW did exactly that with EverQuest. That's why WoW is this mega success. But WoW continued to do that a little bit too much, right? I think we can all argue. A little bit too much into the other direction, right? Away from the world and more so into the instance. Some could argue that that's a natural progression. Fair enough. I would argue that it's just more so a natural regression. But I digress. And that actually brings me to the next point that I wanted to talk about briefly. We're reaching kind of near the end of the podcast here. Should I do an origin story at 100k subs? Because I don't know if you guys have noticed. Ya boy is right here. Can I get some monkaS in the chat? We're 574 subs away from hitting 100k. I was thinking of doing an origin story that my artist, Miguel, who's drawn all of our art, would would illustrate, and I would narrate. And I thought about it because there's a lot about me personally that you guys don't know, and I don't talk about myself that much personally, and I think that's partly because I try as much as I possibly can to withhold some sort of objectivity. But I'm a content creator. I'm also a personality. I'm also ranting on Twitch right now to a live audience. I'm not really a journalist in the same sense that X person from, I don't know, The Verge or whatever.com is a journalist, right? I'm probably more of a mixture of a journalist, a content creator, an essayist, I don't know, or personality, right? There's so many different words you could use to describe me. I don't do enough on the personality front, I feel like, as a brand. That's something that I'll have to work on. But I'm learning all of this. I've told you guys recently, I still think streaming is kind of still weird to me. Like, I'm still not totally used to I'm not really used to the whole streaming thing. Like, the idea that people would want to watch me just play something, it's still kind of weird to me. And I know you guys are like, you're almost at 100k. Like, how do you not already know that? But I guess maybe imposter syndrome to some extent, but also don't look at it, you'll lose subs. Oh no, it's gonna go down now. I'm just kidding. But I could do a better job of that. I think I'll leave you guys on the podcast today with a funny story. Personal story about myself. Okay. So I'll tell you guys an MMO story about me, and then I'll tell you guys a personal story about me. The MMO story that I'll tell you guys about is the first MMO that I ever played. Right? The first MMO that I ever truly played was a game called Habbo Hotel Online. Now, gotta pull this up on screen so I can show you guys how terrible it is. I think one of the reasons you have so many subs is because of your voice. It's pretty easy to listen to. Thank you for that, Kindness. I appreciate that. Okay. Habbo Hotel. This was my first MMO, guys. Yes, the guy that everybody seems to label as the hardcore PvP guy who hates PvE and hates everything else except PvP, which is not true, but people label me as that. the first MMO that I ever played, and played heavy, boys, was Habbo Hotel. Social game, think Second Life with a little avatar, and you can have your own personal wealth and design your own little instance of a room. All of this furniture is worth something. There's an economy in the game. And so the way that I used to play this game was I would basically look at it like a business. When I first played this game, that was back in 2001. That was 17 years ago. I was 8 years old when I first played this game. And guess how old I used to tell people I was when they asked me ASL. What do you think your boy said when they asked me ASL? When they asked me specifically, what do you think your boy said? No, 18, man. I didn't go for 21. I said I was 18, male, and Texas is what I used to say. Obviously, I wasn't 18. I did have the advantage of my balls dropping when I was like 11. So 3 years later, I was able to actually like talk to people in voice comms, and they would believe that I was 18. Let's see if I could find another trailer to play in the background. There you go. First look. Oh yeah, MMO Huts doing the real work here. This is how the game played. You go into a room, and these are all players that you could talk to. And basically the point of the game is basically whatever you want it to be. It's ultimately social, but the way I played the game was like a fiend, okay? I grew up being a fiend for video games, but more so a fiend for things that are addictive, right? I'm somebody that you would describe as having addictive tendencies, right? If you guys can't tell at this point. I grew up, my mother, and I'll talk about this at length some other time, but mother was an alcoholic, runs in the family, always had issues with addiction. And so I discovered casinos in this game as a young kid. And in casinos, these were so damn dangerous because I would basically, all the furniture that I would gather from doing contests and winning races and little competitions and that you get, you know, whenever you sub and stuff like that, I would take that furniture and I would then go gamble it. I would then go gamble it by going to these casinos, right? And at these casinos, you would play 21. I'm trying to find. Look at this guy. Habbo Hotel. I ran a casino and made thousands in real life cash. That's real. Like, he's not kidding about that number. I think they banned casinos at one point because obviously they're highly addictive and like highly illegal in many areas, countries, and etc. I can't really find where they're actually playing it, unfortunately. So I'll have to look for that. But you used to play 21. So you would roll these little dice. Oh, how to play casino games on Habbo. Okay, here we go. You'd roll the dice, and then you'd ask the person, hit or stay. And so now that this person is at 15, they'd say, hit. Right? And you try and get as close to 21 as you possibly could. Obviously, the closer to 21, the better. But if you go over 21, as anyone knows who plays blackjack, you bust, aka you lose. So the way the games would work is you'd bet furniture, and it'd be a 1-to-1 ratio at most casinos. You bet one piece of furniture, one chair, and you'd win one chair. So in total, you'd have 2 chairs, but you'd just win 1 chair, right? I used to do this religiously. And I would go to little casinos, make little bets, and constantly try and play blackjack. Remember, I'm 8 or 9 years old at this point. I'm like a toddler, and I'm already gambling. If you guys ever wonder why I have a very personal connection to gambling, loot boxes, and all of that stuff, this is why. Because I lived it as a kid. And so what I used to do, and this is where you guys are going to start laughing, because this is how you could tell what kind of kid I was. I used to actually sneak my way into a booth. And what I mean is that every now and then, someone would open this booth and leave it open. They wouldn't close it again. So your 8-year-old, 9-year-old boy here would walk over and see all of a sudden there's like a slot open and I can go sit down on a chair. Right? So I would go do that. I'd go sit down. But then I would find, damn, they might know that I'm somehow fake because this thing is still open. So what I would then do is find somebody who had permission and basically either wait for them to do it on their own or ask them in a roundabout way. So I'd be like, hey, sorry, for some reason I can't click that piece of furniture. Can you move it for me? Thanks. They'd move it back in and now I'm locked into this chair. And I can leave the room anytime I want. But now I'm the dealer. And guess what your boy used to do as the dealer? All right, if you guys want to bet one Habbo chair or one Habbo couch back then was a rare item. I'll give you one Habbo couch. And a lot of people, first off, a lot of these games are, if you don't already know about blackjack, it's kind of in the dealer's favor, because of the way the mechanics and the statistics of it work. It's dealer favored, which I mean every casino game is. So I would tell people, I've got a Habbo Hotel couch. If you guys want to bet your Habbo Hotel couch, you'll win a Habbo Hotel couch. They would never ask me to, like, some people wouldn't ask me to confirm. If they did, I'd be like, it's back in my, I got it. It's back in my house. It's just around there somewhere. Yeah, your boy, your boy was like a little scammer, dude. I used to and by the way, I never like truly ripped anybody off in any terrible way. I'm more so tried and would end up either winning things and then trying to double down and losing it all. So I was one of those people that, like, if you came to me and you bet something and you lost, I'd say double or nothing. And basically try and get you to keep betting and go deeper into the hole, right? So I was that totally, I got it, guys. No big scams yet, right? I was just a small time scammer. Okay, I grew up poor. You guys will find out my story, my origin story. It'll make a little bit more sense. Then I went into bigger things, right? I went into bigger things when I was playing Habbo Hotel. I discovered a word that starts with the letter C and ends with the letter Z, or technically R. I'm gonna let you guys guess what this word is on an online chat site, Habbo Hotel, where you can have male and female avatars and talk to random people online. Starts with a C, ends with a R. I wonder if anyone could figure it out. I'll give you a hint. There's a word that describes things that happen. There you go. Remote. Good work, man. He figured it out. He was on those Habbo chat sites and those AIM sex rooms back in the day. Yeah, I can laugh at it because I've told this story to like my girlfriend already. I used to try and pick up girls, dude. I was like an 8, 9, 10-year-old kid at the time. And I would be hitting on girls that were 18, 16, 20, 21, whatever I could do, right? And yes, we went all the way, boys. I actually cybered on Habbo Hotel as a young kid with someone who was of age, right? Or maybe they were also lying. Probably more likely that they weren't, because I actually saw pictures of girls before. And of course, they could be faking all of it, but it's pretty hard to fake a photo when you're like, here's me and my avatar name, like that was like even back then, that was the way that you could prove to people that you were telling the truth. And so it was funny, Drakendite, because I realized on the internet, I could be anybody that I wanted to be, right? I didn't need to be the 11, 12-year-old kid. I could be the 18, 20-year-old like star, right? Because I realized nobody knows me. I'm essentially role-playing. So I could create any conceivable character that I wanted to create. And apparently in my little perverted mind, I thought the best use of that skill was to either scam people with their furniture and get them to make risky bets and lose, or try and hit on girls on an online chatting website. So it's pretty ridiculous, and it's a pretty funny story looking back and talking about it. But another thing that was funny about Habbo is it had a lot of emo types of personalities. A lot of emo, a lot of punk, a lot of like fuck the system kinds of people. So the majority of people that I would talk to were of that same ilk. I guess so to say. Yeah, kids that do that now, someone's going to jail. But it's also like it's a different connotation when it's a guy and a girl. Let's just be honest, right? I think we all cybered once in our life. Excuse you, nerd. It's called Fernie. Yeah, it is called Fernie. That's a good point. I'd seem like a noob if I called it furniture in Habbo Hotel. But anyway, it's just a funny, stupid, crazy story that really no one would believe. Like I guess said it on stream. I went on to do bigger, better things though. I discovered Star Wars Galaxies after this game, and I was a smuggler in Star Wars Galaxies. I was a bounty hunter. Mostly, I was a mercenary. And I've told this story before, but I don't know if you guys have heard this story. What I used to do when I was young is I was always looking for the get-rich quick scheme. And what I realized through my days of playing Habbo Hotel was that human nature was very fickle, right? It's very easy to exploit, hence why loot boxes and gambling and all of that stuff in gaming is still around and will continue to be around until we actually do something about it. Which is why I tell you guys I have a very personal perspective from this. When I went on to Star Wars Galaxies, I was on a roleplay server, right? And I roleplayed what I considered to be a criminal. I discovered that if I crafted bags and put things in the bags and called the bags lottery bags, I could essentially sell them for 7k credits with a chance that you would get a rare item, right? Sounds like pretty simple, pretty safe business plan, right? I just offer up maybe a little bit of cool things, and maybe you get a cool chance to win such a thing. And I would list all the things that people would win, and what the big prizes were. So I started my auction on my vendor. I sold like 200 bags. Was it? Let me see if I can remember how many bags it was. I have to do the math right now. That's why I'm typing in this calculator. Okay. So, wait. I sold each bag for about 7,500 credits. When I woke up the next day, I had 100 million credits. 100. I sold every single bag that I made. I made like 100 million in one night. In one night. Guess what? Wasn't enough for me. So I said, I'm gonna go big. I had a good friend. Can't remember his name now. It was like Darka or Darkwind. It was something like that. He had a classic Star Wars Galaxies account. And he had this very rare pet named the Crystal Snake. The Crystal Snake was worth 1 billion credits on the market. 1 billion. So I figured, dang, I might not be able to get this guy to agree to giving me the snake, even though we were friends. But what I can do is get him to agree that it's in the contest. And so we did that, right? We said that now we would be including the Crystal Snake. But from my perspective, I saw nothing wrong. Misleading people wasn't against the rules in the game. It's not against the rules in EVE Online, right? EVE Online is probably the biggest culprit of such a thing. So I figured, I'm role-playing. If people fall for this, it's not really my fault, right? Again, I'm like 11 or 12 here. I'm like a little kid. And so we promise everyone that. Wake up the next day, I had 2.5 billion credits. Billion credits. 2.5. I was probably top 3 richest person on the server. Essentially in the equivalent of 2 days, right? Just 2 days. I became one of the richest people on the server. But I made an unfortunate error. I pissed off a bunch of people. So they took to the forums to brigade me, and someone even accused me that they didn't even think that the snake was even in the bags. Well, turns out after the moderator looked, or the game moderator, what do you call a game master back then? He was right. But he was in a strange predicament, because I technically, even though I lied, I didn't break any rules. So literally what he did is he banned me because I was harassing people. That's why he banned me. He didn't even ban me for a good reason, or like a legit reason according to the TOS. He just banned me because people were so angry at me for misleading them that he just didn't want to have to deal with it anymore. So he just banned me. And it wasn't even like a permanent ban. It was a temp ban. But your boy, my 12-year-old self, I knew this was coming. Potentially. So that same day, I told my friend, I don't know. I have a bad feeling about this thread. They might do something. They might ban me or something, I told my friend. And this was a friend that was willing to basically lie with me. So what I did, I opened trade with him, and this is how it looked. I'm going to reenact it on screen. That was basically the reenactment. I traded it to him. And here's the crazy thing. They never got the money back. I actually didn't, that was for effect. I didn't actually give him the 2.5. I gave him half of it. I gave him 1.25. I actually remember now. Because I didn't know for sure if I was going to get banned. And he pocketed the 1.25 billion, told me he'd hold on to it if I ever wanted it back. And I never came back to the game. Sold my account and came back on another account one day just to talk to people that were still playing the game. Sure enough, still was playing the game, and he was rich as fuck. So at least I made someone else's life good, though he didn't really need the money at that point. He had a lot of vanity items that he could have sold. So that's my the young origin scamming story of the young nerd slayer. But in that case, if I were to tell that to an EVE fan, they would just laugh and say, you got him. If I tell that to any other MMO fan, they're going to be like, wow, you're a terrible person. So it's funny to see how different communities react, to things differently. Obviously, looking back, I was a total asshole and a total douche nozzle doing that. But, I mean, wasn't against the rules. And I roleplayed heavily as a criminal. I legit roleplayed in chat. I was always /RP, always had my RP tag on. I was a roleplayer when I played Galaxies. Which, again, totally weird to people because they look at me like, dude, you play PvP, all you want to do is PvP, or all you want to do is, hardcore content, so to say. I came into the scene playing social games and playing RP games. I was not a hardcore player at first. In fact, I legit was scared of PvPing in Stars Galaxies. That's how young I was. I was so scared of PvPing that I would avoid Restus for the longest time until I switched to Commando, which was OP back in GE, and managed to beat people. But anyway, it's just a funny origin story to think about. I have so many more gaming stories. I should probably end this with a personal story to tell you guys now that I went over a gaming story. Do you want to challenge? What do you mean, Morto? Spent 24/7 in SWG trying to become a Jedi. Because you played during pre-CU. Yeah, I was more so banned for the harassment aspect. Basically, the game master knew that he couldn't ban me, so he just found a way to kind of loophole and say that I was harassing people, and people reported me for harassment. So that was how they ended up banning me, which, fair play to them. I didn't care in the end. I was already going to quit the game. I didn't mention that part. I was already going to quit the game. So when I handed over, 1.25 billion credits to my friends, that was already good enough for me. I already thought it was good enough. I actually don't think that they were able to get the money back, though they did refund people what they lost. Personal story about myself. What's a good one to tell you guys? Oh, okay, I can think of one. So the reason why I started playing so many MMOs as a kid was that, well, that's kind of addresses MMO. I don't know if I might leave that one in for when I do the big expose video on it. But one thing I'll say about myself, okay, here's a funny story to humanize myself a little bit. In high school, I have a really funny story. It's the typical story. Every guy has a story like this, or you've seen it in a movie. I was in high school. I moved to so we grew up in a, what I would call, poor neighborhood. And my school, I'm Hispanic, if you don't know that already, guys, but I'm Hispanic and I grew up in a mostly, if not completely, Hispanic neighborhood. When I went to high school, though, my dad wanted us to you know, so to say, live a better life, right? He wanted us to go to a higher public school. We ended up going to like the #1 public school in our state. At the time, I don't know what it is now, maybe 4th, I think, but it's up there. And so he made a sacrifice. We moved into a small apartment. We always lived in small apartments, but an even smaller one because it was in a nice area in order to be zoned for the school. So I was a new boy going to the school, and you know, I relied on my tricks, my normal tricks, right? I got online, added people on Facebook, sent people messages, kind of chatted with people, but more so, there was this girl, and I can't say her name because you guys will look her up, and she's married now. And by the way, I have a long time relationship, so it's not like I miss her or something, shit. But it's a funny story that almost seems like those fake movie stories that you see, but it's true. I sent this girl a message, and I was like, "Hey, I'm new to the school, and I'm looking forward to meeting people." She was like, "Oh yeah, in the beginning of class, we just wait in the lobby. You can come meet me then." Really nice girl. And so I'm like, awesome. Like, she's so nice to me. And so I dress my best, and my hair is still kind of covering my face because I'm in my, like, you know, emo shy phase where my curls are like covering my eyes like that. And, you know, I waltz into the lobby and I see her. And like, it's like this, like, pretend you guys are her. And I'm like looking, and it's like looking over here, and then I see it, and I'm like one big gulp, and I was like, right, there she is. I just need to walk towards her. So I was like walking directly towards her, and I get, like, pretend the mic is her. I get right in front of her, and I'm like, and I literally like straight turn to the right and just like go off and like drink some water, and then I like kind of sat in the corner. I was like, and oh my god, guys, the way that I felt in my chest, I was like the most nervous for the dumbest of reasons. This girl literally just wanted to say like hello to me. And because I was such an idiot, but also such, you know, a type of person that just overthinks things and total, you know, virgin lord at the time, I legit just had to completely like do like a 180 kind of like turn and just get the heck out of there. And she's watching this. Like, that's why I wish I could reenact this, because she's literally watching me do it. Like, I'm doing, and I'm like, and I'm looking at her, and she's like looking at me and being like, what? Like, because I'm like leaving, I'm like, I'm walking directly at her. She knows it's me, and then just like watches me turn around, and I'm just like, and just like walk away. One of the most embarrassing moments of my entire life, and I could never live it down in high school. And what I mean by that is that now every time I saw this girl, I get so damn nervous because I remembered how I embarrassed myself when I was like 14 or whatever I was in high school in 9th grade. And it's funny because my senior year of high school, she was actually in my home ec class, and she was actually in my group particularly. And so I would have to interact and deal with it. And let me tell you, it never went away. It never. If you don't face your problems, guys, they don't go away. That one never went away. So that one was pretty damn cringy, I guess, as kids these days would say. That's one of my embarrassing stories for you guys. You get a little bit more about my personality. I think I've reached the point to where I would probably consider the end podcast, where I would think it would be a good time for the end of the podcast, I guess I should say. Let me move to the call-in segment before I forget, because I'm already forgetting. Let's do the call-in segment. I'll afford about, let's do like 15 minutes or so. and I'll answer any of your guys' questions. If you want to talk to me in voice chat, feel free to join the podcast lobby if you want to ask me a question. And Doom Black Dragon can go ahead and start moving people in as they're ready to ask me questions. Again, you can @ me on Twitch, at NerdSlayer with 3 R's with your question. It can be about anything. It doesn't have to be about gaming. It can be about anything. And you can get into the lobby, podcast lobby, in my Discord and talk to Doom Black Dragon and ask me a question. This is me opening up the floor to you guys. If you want to talk about anything, let's talk about it. Hey, what's up, Ulysses? You're the guy that talked about WoW last week, right? Or the week before that? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it was 2 weeks ago. We
Right.
talked about WoW.
What's going on, man?
So I thought about it since, and I've actually argued with some of my friends about this topic. And I think that one of the greater issues, not just about WoW, but is a trend going forward in MMOs, is the way that phasing has become sort of ubiquitous. So you look at World of Warcraft, you look at Destiny, and you even look at games that wouldn't traditionally be called MMOs, like Fallout 76, and it's basically this large shared world that isn't static because an algorithm decides who you get to interact with and don't get to interact with unless they're on your friends list, right? And while I don't like that personally, I think it's the cheapest way to handle the sort of, we don't have the money to spend on the engine or making the mechanics work well for large groups of people. And I want to know what you think, whether that is going to be a trend that continues or a trend that maybe we get away from with the classic servers.
Okay, so you think that basically, to some extent, it's like developer laziness in regards to some of the systems, because, and I'm not trying to say it like in a negative way, but just in the case of resources, it takes a lot of resources to make those kind of more open-ended systems work properly. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Kinda, like, so, in like World of Warcraft, you go to any given zone, and the only people you're gonna see there is whatever the algorithm says. The algorithm has a certain cap on the number of people that can be in any given spot, and that's it. The Destiny works the same way, from what I understand. I see Fallout 76 has kind of a similar system. I know that that's not an MMO. Sea of Thieves, I play that, and it's the same way. I think that it isn't necessarily bad in and of itself, but as a trend, I think it hurts creating static world, and I think it's in a cop out in a way. It's a cop out when they could be making better games. But the real question is do you think that is just a trend that we have to live with, or is it something do you think that we'll get away from?
It's interesting because I can't help but feel like ultimately I would agree with the premise that I think the reason why they would do such a thing is because of ease, right? I feel like it has to be. I don't think what I mean by that is that I don't think that them doing such a thing would imply that there's a greater reason to do such a thing. That makes sense. Like, I don't think that they're doing it because it's better to do it. I think they're doing it because maybe they perceive it as being easier, and right. And so
I agree.
I would ultimately agree with that premise, and I think that what people will start to realize as WoW Classic starts to come out as an example is that a lot of design decisions that kind of went away didn't go away because they were necessarily bad. They went away because they had a flaw that was never fixed. Instead, they just did away with the system. and good examples of this are like languages in WoW, same thing in EQ, the way that travel works, obviously. These are things where I feel like at the time, it just makes sense to be like, you know what, let's do away with this because of X, and X problem. Instead of having to be like, well, how can we fix this? And realizing that obviously it's not just a simple fix, it's one that you might have to actually look at the entire model of the game to try and fix, like maybe a more systemic issue. But ultimately, those developers, they don't want to have to deal with that, especially when you look at WoW success after it starts to get to like the 5 million, 6 million player mark. That's when it really starts to change its model, like the way that the game works, in my opinion. At that point, that's when you start to notice the biggest changes. That's after TBC, I think, right? Around, yeah, I think that's right after.
I think it would have been about right because I believe Wrath was about 10 million, and I know it was a pretty steady climb up to that
Yeah,
point.
so I think most people would probably agree. It's like a little bit after TBC, somewhere around there, that you start to notice some big changes. If I remember correctly, Wrath is where LFG is introduced, isn't it?
Looking for dungeon.
Okay,
You could is what I remember, and I could be wrong about that, but I remember there being some sort of queuing system around, not necessarily the heroic dungeons, but the I can't speak confidently about it because I missed a large middle portion of the expansion, and the beginning I spent raiding, and the end I spent raiding. So I didn't actually farm heroics. I know a lot of people in Wrath farmed heroics as like their primary, like this is the thing I do. It was a big, or at least it was a bigger portion of the game. Um, but basically, what made me think about this was I was watching the coverage of Fallout 76, and I ask myself, well, this would be so much cooler if it was more like a bigger version of like
right.
Conan or another survival game, right? This would be cooler if there was a more static element to it. But there isn't, and the reason that there is why would I do that when it's so much cheaper to have an aggressively phased system where the algorithm just decides this is the number of people I'm allowed to have here for a smooth experience. And instead of investing in, server architecture and making the code better, whatever it needs to be in order to have a smoother experience, instead they invest in a much cheaper
Right.
algorithm-based system. It just
Yeah, no,
caps it out.
I think you make a good point, and I think this is a good time really to talk about it because of the Fallout 76 stuff. But ultimately, I don't think you can really make an argument that it's good or a good change for the future, which kind of makes me wonder, if that's the case, will people vote with their dollars on this and basically show the developers that they don't like it particularly much? I don't know if I'm convinced about that.
I'm
Yeah,
not
and
convinced
that's got me
either.
a
I,
little bit
I actually think
afraid,
that it
because what that means is that there's a precedent,
right.
right? And it means that they'll continue to do it after that point. And I'm a little bit worried about that, but at this point, I'll chalk it up to hopefully that's just survival games.
My biggest hope with the resurgence of let's have a progression server, let's have a classic server, let's get on private server, is that it not only gives a home to people who do like more static environment, MMOs, but it also shows, not just players but developers, hey, there's an aspect to this that we could be having, and it would probably make us more money if we invested in it. That being said, I do think that there is a place for sharding. I just don't think it's necessarily an MMO. I can imagine a scenario where you were creating like a roguelike game where it was like, let's imagine the very simple formula of like I enter a new room in an RPG and I don't know what's going to be in that room because it's a roguelike, right? Well, you could imagine a system where we make that multiplayer by saying I will occasionally phase into a phase with another player. But again, I don't think that, I just don't think that phasing has a place in the majority of
I
MMOs.
agree. And I would
That
even go
makes
as
sense.
far to say, and this is more so me saying this, I don't know if you would agree, but I would go as far to say that the implementation of instances, while they made a lot of sense, I think it set us back in a lot of ways. Because, in classic WoW and in EQ, in order to go to a dungeon, you had to actually go to the dungeon, right? And this was problematic in some cases. Problematic on a PvP server because it meant that they could just literally come wipe you if they wanted to, if they didn't want you to go to the dungeon, right? But if you think about it from a gameplay perspective, that makes sense, right? Why would the Horde just let the Alliance go to a dungeon? They wouldn't. They would attack them. They would try and take advantage of that
Well, even
situation. But like the
even up until Legion, we
right,
saw that
that's a
in
good
World of
point.
Warcraft.
So when that starts to get eroded through bigger introductions of instances and a bigger reliance on on instances, you start to lose a lot of the world aspects, and I think that's really what starts to kill an MMO, because ultimately, I mean, it should be a living, breathing world. I mean, that should be like the ultimate goal. Like if we can have WoW at its ultimate form, it's the WoW in which we could actually port into another universe and play our character. That's obviously a super long shot at this point, right? We don't know how far away the
Mhm.
technology could be for such a thing, but I think we could all agree that that would be really, really cool. That being said, if that was ever going to work in any real sense, it would have to be a seamless world, in my opinion. I mean, because I don't know about you, but I don't feel immersed in another world when I have to load into like 16 instances in order to get past a zone. Like I don't feel as immersed because it feels like I spend the majority of my time in a loading screen.
I agree, but I'm a little bit more optimistic in at least is looking back. Like I look back at like Age of Conan, for example. That was a horrible launch and a game with a ton of problems. Um, but I look back on that, for example, and I say to myself, if I'm a developer, even if I had the best intentions, and I was handed this project of making Age of Conan, and I was handed this engine, or even in Star Wars' case, I was handed, that horrible engine for Star Wars. There's no way that was going to work without instancing. Just it would be unplayable. In fact, it was, I believe. Didn't they shut down certain world PvP areas for Star Wars and near the beginning of the launch because it was just too unplayable?
And like basically Ilum was shelved and then never came back, and they got rid of it and turned it into a battleground or a scenario or whatever you want to call it, PvP battleground.
Right.
So yeah, SWTOR dealt with that. Age of Conan had immense issues with its castle sieges or city sieges because of the lag issues and such like that. So that's a different premise that I probably want to explore in a video, and I'll leave you with this. It reminds me of the dichotomy between how much gameplay do you need while still maintaining the world and the seamless openness of the world. It's like, how much gameplay do you need in order to still feel like the open world is worth it versus getting a more instance world with a better combat system? I feel like it's a hard question. I asked my friends this last night, and I really don't know the answer, and they didn't know the answer either. But it's kind of like, when are we willing to, as players, make a sacrifice for the world and the seamlessness of a world? Like maybe Age of Conan style, where everything is basically instance and large instances. But if the combat is worth it, would we say that as a community is ultimately worth it? Or would we probably argue that maybe it's just not as MMO-like as we would want to? Which then is kind of not necessarily an argument that says that it's bad, but more so that it's bad now because we don't have the technology. Which is kind of like, when you brought up what you said about Age of Conan, I mean, you're absolutely right. Like, they couldn't have an EQ style world or classic WoW world. They wouldn't be able to. It would be so laggy and just unplayable that there's no way that their tech could possibly do it. But it does beg the question of, when is the gameplay worth having a better world? You understand what I'm saying? I feel like that's a question that
I totally understand. And you're asking, when is the trade-off become worth it? And the gamer in me, the enthusiast in me, wants to say, well, we should be able to have our cake and eat it too. But from understanding the business side of it, you often do have to make these choices, especially whenever you have certain demands put upon you. You either have to work with this engine, or you have to get up to this graphical fidelity, because you don't have necessarily control over all the money that's coming in on your budget. And that is where I think that the Kickstarter program should come in and say, we can be the people to make sacrifices. Where, like Dwarf Fortress, for example, no graphics, but it's the ultimate, strategy simulator, sort of civ builder simulator. And I think there's room in the market for people to come in and do that. But it's a risk. And it also, I think, takes audience participation to just show that, in the form of Kickstarter or whatever, that, there is an audience for it.
Right. No, and I totally agree. Like, it's going to come down to, like, I think we talked about this before, not you and I personally, but just us as in the community has talked about the concept of that in MMOs or in gaming in general. Weirdly enough, as much as you might think that AAA games are the one that innovate, they often don't really innovate. They just take things that other games, smaller games do, and they do them either better at a larger scale. And so, well, typically, I think all of us can probably agree that we look to the indie market to kind of like show everybody how to do things right in regards to RPGs. Well, I mean, you can already see where the problems arise in regards to MMOs, because an MMO with a small team and a small budget, it ain't really gonna work. I mean, the only example I can think of is because of Kickstarter. Project Gorgon has about $70,000 from Kickstarter. It has a dev team of about 4 people. That game is pretty damn good for 4 people and a budget of 70,000 people. But could it be demonstrably better if it had triple the budget with triple the people? Like, I mean, as far as we can know, without knowing the actual intricacies of the game and whatever their relationships are, we would probably say yes. And so, like, that's problematic because it means that we're expecting innovation to come from the Kickstarter field, but the Kickstarter field in MMOs is still super risky. It's not the same as an RPG where you could drop, I don't know, 10 grand, 20 grand, 50 grand, 100 grand on a game, and that's the game that you developed. If you create a game that's meant to appeal to a large audience or innovate in the way that we want to innovate, you can't do that with $100,000.
I may be biased because I'm a student in finance, and the only thing scarier than being in charge of a whole lot of money is being the in charge of a whole lot of other people's money. And we're already typically risk-averse creatures. And being in charge of money that isn't necessarily yours makes you, I think, more risk-averse. And that's for that reason, I don't think that the AAA industry with the tremendous budgets
is sustainable.
Are necessarily going to have the answers for what is in the future. They may look, like you're saying, to the indie market. They may look to Kickstarters and say, hey, they took a risk and it paid out for them. Now let's take that and then refine it. I think that's probably the role that in the big industry should play in an ideal market where the indie scene and the Kickstarters, they develop ideas, improve markets, and then AAA companies, as sad as it is to say, swoop in and steal the best ones and do it better. But we haven't seen that. We've had such a big drought of innovation in MMOs.
Yeah, no, it's true, and I think that it's why we're in this unfortunate predicament where we feel kind of stale. It's because it's very hard to kind of reawaken or even just awaken the audience or maybe certain types of players who haven't been playing MMOs for a long time. Because, like you said, it's going to require a Kickstarter game to do well for a AAA company to decide to get back into MMOs, and even then, there's nothing to stop them from inevitably kind of having the same problems that WoW did in some way. So it's almost like we don't need AAA companies in the space of MMOs. I don't think we do, but we do if we're going to try and reach the level of scale that we would want to right off the bat, get the types of IPs that we would want, or if we're just impatient. Because, like, if you look at EVE Online's population chart, and I implore anybody to look this up, it's very interesting. Because what that game did is basically every year it increased by 50,000 players. That might not seem like a big thing in the big scheme of things when you compare it to millions of ESO players and Final Fantasy and WoW players. But think about it, that's a very hardcore PvP game with a very specific style of combat and progression. And year by year, they were increasing their population by 50,000. I would make the claim that business model would not work for a AAA company. It would not. Because as you and I know, being involved in finance, you know that when SWG launches with a $200 million budget or X game launches with a $50 million budget, that means that they're already that much in the hole. Like, they're going to have to get their way out of whatever they spent, plus the cost to actually keep the servers and development constantly running. So like, they have to make success and then some in order to just go even, let alone make money. And that in itself means that they can't. That's why whenever I made my video on SWG, the game's not literally dead, but I think we can all agree that that game, if it had, I don't know, let's say like it was launched by a Kickstarter company for whatever crazy reason, they allowed them to have the Star Wars license. It would have been a slow, gradual buildup. That would have been how they would have had to approach it. Any small scale MMO, EVE back when it was small. I don't think it's small anymore. Project Gorgon. What's that other one that I played? Grand Screa. These smaller MMOs that can kind of work with like niche audiences. They're successful. They can work just fine with 1,000 players, 2,000 players, 5,000 players. That's still successful for them. They're still making enough money to function. But can an MMO with 100 devs and $200 million already in the hole at launch, and they lost like 75% of their subs, can that company perform in the same way that they did before? No, they can't. And that's kind of why in the past I used to think AAA MMO, I can't wait. These days I'm more just like AAA MMO, what's it gonna be? You know, bastardizing now. It's almost like this overall negative, but because of a lot of the financial reasons, because I understand that those games, they can't take the risks. You know, they can't really. They can't take the types of risks that we need them to take. So ultimately, we're gonna have to trust in, you know, Mark Jacobs and Brad McQuaid and all these other Chris Roberts and all these other guys. So unfortunately, those are the best we're gonna have right now until one of them can prove that it works. Come on, you and I know business, at least to some small extent, and we're stupid or smart enough to know that when something works in the market, other people are going to emulate it and they're going to do it bigger and better. At least hopefully.
Absolutely. And I told lots of people this. I think that the best thing that Camelot Unchained and some of these other Kickstarter MMOs and MMOs on the horizon can do is kick World of Warcraft and the other in EA in the pants and say, you can't get away with rehashing the same old stuff forever and ever. You have to take either some risk or learn from people who are taking risks.
No, I totally agree, and I think there's many discussions to be had on this. But if I could leave everyone with like one parting statement on this concept, it's that you can't necessarily like, and I know it's very easy for people to blame businesses, and that's why I take a little bit more care in the way that I talk about businesses. Like, for example, earlier I had a hard time throwing Trion under the bus because of their, you know, previous business practices. Sorry, I should take that back. It's not because that was the reason. It's more so because I don't like to do that, because I understand at the end of the day they're a business. They have to function in the way that they have to function. But obviously if it's, you know, illegal, something that they're doing, or even immoral to some extent, I can still dislike them as a business. But ultimately, we can't blame AAA companies for not wanting to be risky. I think that's a hard pill to swallow, but we kind of have to swallow that. And I know it's annoying, and I will never truly swallow that pill. I will always lambast them and tell them that they need to do better. But at this point, we need to do better. And I think that the onus is on us right now as a community, aka Kickstarter, to do better. And we can't blame these like, I'm not saying you have to like it, but you can't blame them for not wanting to do it. Like, yes, you know, another company doesn't want to acquire the Games Workshop, you know, license to Warhammer and do another big Warhammer MMO because it's super risky and they don't even know what they would possibly do with it. Can't blame them for not wanting to innovate, because they have far more on the line than the small 4-person company that works on Project Gorgon. You know what I mean? Like, they have far more on the line than that company.
It goes beyond, I think, just, you know, the budgets too, because I think that the artist and the businessman really have interests and motivations that are at odds. If you, the artist at the end of the day, it's an industry of art, and the artist is putting out all of these different products, right? And if the artist can prove that I can put out product A and product B, and they both sell the same, but one is cheaper, then the businessman, he would be irresponsible not to step in and say, you need to make the cheaper one that sells the same, right? Even if that has detrimental effect to the industry, to the game itself in the long run. Their odds are at interest, and I think that the only way that you overcome that is by having these Kickstarter programs run by the artists who just say, I have art, and either you like it or you don't, either support me or you don't.
And that in itself is very risky, because it's I'm glad that you brought up Camelot Unchained, because they're a good example of this, in that Mark Jacobs has said on record, essentially, you know, hey, look, this is the kind of model and game we're shooting for. If it doesn't work, we fail. But we're gonna make this kind of game regardless. And I think that that's the kind of mentality you need as an artist to succeed. One thing that I think is interesting, and funny enough, talking about this made me realize I want to make a video about the art the artist versus the businessman in MMORPGs specifically, because I think it's probably one of the more interesting aspects of the market in terms of like its business workings, because I think they clash in MMOs more than any other genre, for sure. I think for sure, because there's a lot of financial responsibility that goes with an MMO. And I mentioned this in a lot of my different videos, but a perfect example of this that I think of is Troika Games was the company that did Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. When that game launched, it sold like 50,000 copies. And Half-Life 2 sold like a couple million copies. They launched the same day, unfortunately. So bad business for them, but they didn't have a choice. They had to release that day. Posthumously, though, that game has sold, I think, 800,000 to 1.5 million copies, somewhere in that range. So it's been quite successfully, but obviously only posthumously. What I find interesting about that company, Troika, is that they made good art. They were freaking terrible at business, and it's why they failed.
Oh yeah, I was gonna make the same point that there isn't. I'm not saying that there isn't a place in this equation, this market equation, for business people who are looking after the dollar and cents, right? Because you do see example of the artist leading the business and just being bad at business, and I think, and this is what I attribute a lot of to people who sell out their creativity to EA and sell their studios, is that they've got this art in mind that they want to make, and they don't have the money for it, and so they take the money from EA, not realizing that it was a bad business decision.
No, this is one thing that I would discuss in the video that I was just referencing that I would make, is that I get often asked, why would they give up a control to the X company? I get asked that a lot, and it's like, well, there's a number of reasons, but what people often don't understand is they don't have empathy for the artist. And what I mean by that is that you have to understand, okay, so imagine you and I are creating a game, and it's this like super great game that we've poured our entire lives in, 5 years of our life, and you know, in most cases 4, 5, 6 years of development, all this money and whatever else, and we get to distribution, and we don't have a distributor. And now these days it doesn't matter because everything's digital, but pretend this is back in like, I don't know, 03 or something. We need a publisher. Well, this is the exact same scenario that Spellborn Chronicles dealt with in the, you know, that recent video that I made. They had the same problem where they basically created their entire game and didn't have a distributor or a publisher to publish the game. So they had to take terms that they never would have agreed to earlier. If they had negotiated this really early on, right? They would have never agreed to such terms. Mm-hmm. But at that point, what do you tell the artist? Do you tell the artist, hey man, I know you poured your entire life's, you know, work and effort and blood, sweat, and tears into this. Unless you accept a deal, the game's not going to launch, period. I mean, the artist is going to be like he doesn't want to, but what is his option? Not release it? You know, it's just like, how do you tell an artist, hey, everything that all the work and effort you put into this, we're not going to launch it. Sorry about that. Of course he's going to take the deal. Of course he's going to make a deal with the devil. And the perfect example I think of that is Mark Jacobs in Warhammer and BioWare and EA as well.
I was going to point the same thing with BioWare. And I don't think that the only person making the business mistake here is the artist in this equation. I don't think they're just the only ones being taken advantage of, because I think that the business side of things, EA looks at buying BioWare and they're like, oh, we get this great IP. We get all of these great people who worked on the project who know it intimately. But what they don't realize is that they may have bought it, you know, for the IP. But what they really should have kept an eye out for was the people who made it in the first place. And whenever you see the top developers and the lead writers and the people who started the studio leave the company, and then EA holds this property and thinks that they can put just as much, you know, money into it and get just as much out, and don't understand that the artist in the middle of that equation is now gone, I think that that's a business mistake too. And I think that that's what I blame personally for the failure of Andromeda, is EA not realizing that the real magic in the equation wasn't just the intellectual property or the studio, the name, it was the people leading it.
Yeah, this kind of thing reminds me of the whole drama surrounding Guardians of the Galaxy and the director in particular. You know, he's like pulled off of the movie that's supposed to come out because apparently he said some bad words or whatever else. I don't know the exact story, but that's just what I've heard. And I've actually heard as well that they're still going to use him as a I don't want to say influencer. What would be the word? Not an overseer, but just somebody who basically is going to give advice. Maybe a consultant to some extent.
He's on. He's kind of a
Right,
contract.
and they're going to have him kind of work on that type of capacity. At the end of the day, you and I know that's because they realized, all right, he might be a dick, but he's pretty good at what he does, so maybe we should actually, like, you know, still have him involved into the project. It's hilarious. People make fun of it. They're like, let me guess, the new director is just this guy with, like, one letter changed? And, you know, everyone's like, right,
I've
like
seen those
that's like a
memes.
pretty common meme. But, I mean, it's true. It's like, it makes me think about when you can have Walking Dead sequel games without having the two writers who wrote the first game, which was the best game. It's like, I mean, you're not going to have the same kind of game at that point. And by the way, that wasn't because they just decided to leave because they hate, you know, life or somehow don't want to work on the game anymore. It's because they weren't happy. And that's the key with talent. As anybody who runs a business knows, when you have talent, you got to keep your talent happy. And that's why, like, a job as an agent, for example, for big you know, movie stars and such, that's probably a really fucking hard job, dude, because you have to keep this talent basically satisfied without letting them run amok. And this was the perfect way that I described Elon Musk's interview on Joe Rogan. Was like, hey guys, every now and then the boy wonder is gonna say some dumb shit or do something that people are gonna, like, scratch their head at, but he's the boy wonder. You kind of got to let him do his thing. You know, as long as he's not obviously being illegal or, you know, like, you know, hurting people. But when it comes to the artists,
well, I think that that's a whole conversation on another topic, because I do have opinions about that. That, you know, just as a leading example, the fact that he is both the chairman of the board and the CEO is a massive conflict of interest. And I think that they should have stripped him of the chairman position and left him as the CEO. But that's a whole nother conversation. I think that as far as business and MMOs go and games in general, I hope that people will get smarter on both sides of the equation, and the market will eventually get more efficient about creating, you know, experiences that people actually want. And I think that we've seen lots of examples of that. I think EA might start to realize that, hey, these studios that we buy aren't just a portfolio of patents, like and intellectual properties like you would have in other sectors.
Who understands
you can't
this
treat
to some
it like
extent?
other
Guess
industries.
who understands this to some extent? Sony does. One of the perfect examples, whenever this conversation comes up of how to handle an artist, I would say 3 words, or in this case, it might be actually 4. But I would just say it's the newest God of War, right? Like God of War 4 at this point, right? Or, wait, is that the 3rd one? I've lost track at this point.
Talk about the latest God of War.
Or is that the 3rd one?
The latest God of War, though,
the one with the sun,
the tales of Kratos and Boy.
Kratos and Boy. The most recent. So I actually went to a panel of God of War. I got to see some of the actors there, but more so, if I remember correctly, it was the lead designer and his, like, kind of Sony handler to some extent. I guess you would call them that, like a handler. And it was interesting because I was watching this guy, and he essentially got up on the stage and said, they came to me, and I basically told them, look, you're going to have to give me complete full control over this, and I'm going to make this game. And it was risky, but Sony was like, all right. We're going to give him control on this. He wanted to do the narrative. He wanted to change the background. He wanted to add some other mythological kind of gods and mythology and lore to the game. Point being, whenever I saw this guy up on stage with his handler, I didn't see it as like the handler was like, he's such a shill. He's just saying dumb shit to sell copies. No, it seemed like an artist who was like legit, like, they know that I'm the artist and they're here to service me. You know what I mean? Like, it had that vibe. And when you play that game, I think it very much communicates that in terms of its vision, because it very much was like his way or the highway ultimately. And I mean, I think obviously we can look at the amount of success that game has had. It's been like a massive success. I think one of the best-selling games of the year, and probably one of the best of all time, best-selling of all time, and certainly highest rated. And that was an example of a big business basically being like, all right, I'm the big business guy. I have my own, desires and bottom lines I need to satisfy. But this guy has made good games before. and this is his fucking franchise. God of War is his franchise. Yes, we own the IP, and yes, we own, whatever distribution rights, but this is his friend. He created this child, so we're going to trust in him to make the kind of game that he wants to make, and it worked out. But obviously, that's just one example of maybe how AAA companies can kind of learn from the whole artist versus business aspect. But I would actually argue, I think that's because Sony is a Japanese company, and I honestly think Japanese companies understand this better than American companies do. But I know everyone's going to talk about Kojima and the whole, and I know in the end that didn't work out, but It worked for a while.
I think that there's always going to be an element of risk, though, in this equation with the business versus the artist, because at the end of the day, you can have scenarios where you put all your hopes and dreams into one guy, all your money into one artist, and he just does not make a great piece of art. I know this is controversial, but I think we just saw that with Last Jedi.
Yes.
No. At least if it's not, even if it's maybe a commercial success, it was a controversial commercial success. And I think that can happen in anything to do with art. And maybe the answer isn't, because at the end of the day, like I said, I think there's always an aspect of risk in this. And maybe we can't eliminate all risk, but maybe we can find ways to manage risk better. And I don't have those answers. But it is something that I think that the industry needs to work on if it wants to be more stable and less, boom bust. Either we make it big or we don't, or we fail and go out of business.
We're a genre in a business of like peaks and valleys. Like it's all about, there's in one bin you have all the dead games, aka my channel, and in this other bin you have the successful games, which are basically all the biggest IPs at the moment. Which to me, that just tells you that there's something wrong in the system. When the most popular games are also the biggest companies, that shows me that there's something missing here. Like we're missing representation, I guess you would say, of other types of playstyles, other types of content, and whatever else. But that was an interesting topic. I think I got a little bit sidetracked there at the end, but I think I tied it together ultimately, and I think it was first off, I'm glad that you asked the questions that you did, and we're here to have this conversation with me. I think people were enjoying it, but also more so for me, it's funny through talking to my audience, which I know it seems to be completely like antithetical to what most content creators would want to do or would do, but through doing that, I always come up with my ideas. Just talking is how I come up with ideas. I'm an extrovert at the end of the day. I might be introverted, but I'm an extrovert, so by talking about ideas, I figure out more ideas.
I think that content creation, the way that it is on Twitch and YouTube, is in some ways, it's difficult in that the kind of person that I think was good at video editing, who could put together really great YouTube videos, was not always the person who was, best at doing what you're saying, which is, talking to their audience and engaging, because it takes a different skill set. And I think it takes sometimes a lot of patience in order to do that, to engage with people and be an extrovert and challenge your ideas and ultimately make your ideas better. It's kind of like getting back to the conversation we had earlier about the artist, is the introverted artist who's really good at editing videos and making a really pretty video, doesn't necessarily want to have their ideas challenged and put their ideas out there for discussion. They just want to make their art and have everyone either appreciate it or don't.
That's a good point. I think we can end it on that. Thank you for stopping by with your questions and conversation, and we hope to have you on again another time.
Thanks. Hopefully I will.
Take care. Thank everybody. Everybody thank Ulysses in chat. Have a good one. All right. I had another question I wanted to get to before we drag in Jermatoo. I think he wanted to ask a question, but one of the questions that I was asked. Rouser. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my YouTube videos. Okay, so Morto asked me, with all this talk about classic MMOs, do you think people still have the time to play games like 10 years ago with the current release schedules and life tempo? It's a pretty different world at the moment. Well, that's the old school group of people is Yes, like the old group of player who played EQ1, who played Star Wars Galaxies, who played Asheron's Call, who played all these classic games, Ultima Online, that player can't play MMOs in the same way anymore. But we're not just making MMOs for the old players, we're making them for the new age of players too. So we do have to kind of change the way that we approach things, and you have to get with the times to some extent. And now, I actually totally agree with you. I don't disagree with the statement or question that you ask here. Ultimately, it is a different world. But here's the thing. Content these days has almost been eradicated from its long-term progression, like original roots, right? Progression these days ain't really so much long-term. I would argue that a Kickstarter MMO that had good or even great long-term progression would perform well. What perform well would mean? That would depend, I guess, on how long the game had been running and to what level of, I guess, quality the game had ran at. So if it was a really good game that had a really fun long-term progression system, it's still going to work. And my examples of this are Lineage. And yes, I know Lineage is a little bit lightning trapped in the bottle because it's a Korean game in a Korean market that performs extremely well, performs better than 90% of MMOs that exist, by the way. Lineage is still one of the highest grossing games ever. Today, in this day and age, monthly is still putting in multi-million dollars. Why does that game work? It's a super long-term progression grind. And yeah, I don't know about you guys, that doesn't exactly sound fun to me, but there's an audience for that. And that's the thing is that ultimately, a big AAA company, yeah, they don't focus so much on long-term progression anymore because that isn't the norm right now. They've moved into more bite-sized content. But many of us MMO fans, we're longing for something more long-term. If you look at WoW BFA, it's a perfect example of this. We want more long-term progression. Give us the ability to buy our gear. Give us the ability to really put our time and effort into getting a mount or whatever else, right? We want that progression. We want the long-term progression over time. Every now and then, boom, your level pops up, right? That grind from level 1 to level 60 in WoW. It's a slow grind. I think another example of a slow grind is EQ1. Pre-CU had a slow grind. Even NGE had a slow grind in Star Wars Galaxies. Point being, there's content out there for everybody, except right now in any real facet or any real aspect, we don't have a whole lot of long-term content. So my argument is not that we should do an MMO that is the classic MMO or the same type of MMO that was released back 10, 20 years ago. No, we do need to evolve, but we don't have to completely erase or divorce ourselves from long-term progression like a lot of current MMOs have. I guess if that makes sense to you. Yes, ideas have to evolve, Farrowin, and I think the best way to put it was basically the way I explained it to Indigo Gaming last week on the podcast, which, by the way, I love that podcast. Thank you, Indigo. That was a great podcast, and I really enjoyed having him on to talk about all things Bethesda. And we'll have him on again at some point, too, to maybe talk about some more general topics, so we don't just talk about the things that he talks about all the time, and I don't talk about the things that I talk about all the time. But the quote that I told Indigo was that we as players, we don't expect games to be like the old games, or the same as the old game, I would say. We don't expect another EQ1. We don't expect another WoW classic, though I think a lot of people do at this point. But you get my point. We don't expect these old games. We don't. Because those are old games, and we want new games. But what we do expect is for the new games to be better than the old games. Right? I think that's safe to say at this point. We expect that the new games are better than the old games. So that's where the expectation lies. I just want to know if Nerdslayer has been following the development of Life is Feudal at all. I have often, like off chance, like here and there. But Life is Feudal's gameplay to me looks very like just bad and amateuristic. It looks worse than Mount and Blade. It looks worse than Darkfall. And it looks worse than, what's the other example I would use? Of Kings and Men. I think it looks worse than all three of those games, which managed to have kind of similar styles of game, not to the same scope, but I'm not the biggest fan of their engine. I think it's clearly has its limitations. No problem, Mordo. I hope that made some sense to you. You got something that you'd like to ask after Jermatoo? No problem, Doom Black Dragon. I'll go ahead and drag Jermatoo in here to see what he's up to and what he has to talk to us about today. Sorry, my thoughts are coming and going. What's up, Jermatoo?
Hey, I was gonna kind of go like way back earlier, but you were mentioning games that require or games like EverQuest where it's like every class has a role and every kind of person needs to kind of, I guess, party up or find other classes for a specific role. And it reminded me of a game, I don't know if you ever played, this was like years ago. This was a game I used to play called Pandora Saga. It was, I don't remember who published it, but I think at one point it was on Steam. But the reason I remember is because I don't know if you ever played Final Fantasy 11, but it had a really similar system in the sense that you basically needed a party for pretty much the most basic things in terms of like leveling or anything to do with mobs. So whether it was grinding out mobs for quests, grinding out mobs for experience, grinding out mobs for materials, like whatever it was, like you needed a class and you needed like certain races too. Like I remember the skill system in that game was essentially like along the lines of this skill that you have gets better the more you use it, and it like you could see a little bar for the skill. So say like, I don't know, I'm trying to remember because it's been a very long time since I played, but let's say like you have something like, I don't know, a mage and he has like a fireball spell, just throwing it out there. That's a fireball spell instead of say like in WoW where you level up and then you just go and buy the upgrade. Like you have to actually use that spell constantly or multiple times for it to get stronger, whether it's like the hit percentage, the actual strength, the mana cost, like what have you. It goes up that way. And I specifically remember this game too because it had not only that, but it had like racial bonuses. So like certain races, or at least two in particular, I remember, which was like one was like a giant race and one was like a little miniature race, kind of like gnomes. And if you had them together in the party, you would actually get a bonus for some stat. I don't remember, but I'm just kind of like thinking about it now, and it's just like I don't think something like that may work very well these days, but it would be interesting to see a system like that brought back, at least in the sense of like not so much super requiring parting, but having it to where you would get bonuses from parting in terms of maybe like experience gain or something like that. Like, I don't know, just something I was thinking about and just kind of wanted to mention to you and how you would think if it would or wouldn't work these
Yeah,
days.
so one thing I'll say is that although I ultimately like the old school approach to content, which is that you need to get a group and you need to get very specific roles, the reason why I first off like that is that that's how pen and paper works as well, which is what RPGs are based on. So it makes sense to ground your game in the most like, you know, readily established facets or aspects of gaming, right? It makes sense to ground your game. But I'm not a purist and I never have been. I don't think that content should only be group based. I think there certainly should be some sort of solo content in which you could do it, on your own. You don't need a group for that. That being said, I don't think that should be the majority of the game. And my argument for that is, well, that the game is called or is under the genre MMORPG, so massive multiplayer online role playing game. Means that it's a role playing game that's done massively and done online. So at that point, I would then argue, like, if you're playing a game to only play it solo, you're playing the wrong game. Like, MMOs aren't the game for you, right? And I tell people this all the time. It's like, people make a good point. They say, well, why would you play an MMO to PvP? And the truth is, when it comes to arena, there really isn't a whole lot of reasons, because you can play arena in other games too. You can, CSGO has an arena every game where it's like up to 16, what score or whatever it is, where you switch sides and shit. That's an arena. MOBAs are an arena, right? But they can't offer the same kind of open world PvP content that an MMO could offer, right? They could never offer such a thing. They don't have the platform. They don't have the ability. So one thing that I found really cool about playing EverQuest 1 again, specifically Project 1999, was that when you do have a new role added to your group, the group just plays differently and it feels more fun. Like, and what I mean by that is that there's variety. So one game I was playing, or one session I was playing, I had a bard with me. But that was really cool because the bard every now and then would speed me up whenever I'd go to do my pulls and my taunts, and she would help me have, you know, faster movement speed, more regen, and that was basically like how the bard played in that group. But then I had somebody else in a group once who was a ranger, and a ranger is kind of like a mixture of a, you know, a range class and a warrior in that game. So what he would do is he would trade aggro with me, so he could also, you know, minimize some of the damage that I would take. Well, then in another group, I had a wizard, and that wizard in particular was very good at doing damage, right? So every engagement plays different when you have classes that are very unique. And that's why it's so important to me, and it's one thing that I would probably literally never compromise on, is that it makes the game play different, but it makes the game, in my opinion, play better. Because I don't know about you, but when I used to play old school games, and even just more new school games, like Warhammer came out in 2009, that ain't old to me, you know, in the big scheme of things. It's older, but it's certainly not old. But Warhammer had a really cool way of describing classes and different races, and it had a lot of lore surrounding that because of obviously the Warhammer lore is, you know, it's been around for ages now in tabletop and then also in a multitude of different games. But to explain what I'm saying, I would see a black orc in that game. And if anybody knows the good old greenskins, the big orc bros, they're massive. Like, greenskins are huge. They're like, if you were to compare them to a normal size human, right, they have to be like, what, 3 times the size or something? Like, they're massive in comparison. Well, guess what? When you would fight against a black orc on the battlefield, he was giant. You could see him above everybody else. He was so big. And guess what that made me feel as a player watching that? I thought to myself, oh man, I need to be careful here. Because he's a big dude, right? He just seems scary because he's this big tank. And that's the cool thing that those sorts of games can do when they have unique classes and unique races and unique archetypes, is they can make it to where every engagement can feel like a new engagement. And that's what Dark Age of Camelot did so well. And I talk about it in my video that's coming out, you know, this week, is that Realm Pride was so great in that game because every realm had unique races and unique classes, which meant that if I played a thief under the Hibernian realm or under the Midgard realm or under the Albion realm, it was not called a thief in all of it. It was called different things, and it also had different mechanics. So it wasn't mirror classes. They were actually unique classes. And that in itself made the game so replayable from a new player perspective. You can create a multitude of new characters, right? There's tons of reasons to create new characters because you get new playstyles, new archetypes. Maybe you have new specific special roles that you offer. Like, for example, in Star Wars Galaxies, a smuggler could smuggle goods, which was illegal, but you could make money doing that. But only a smuggler could do that. Whereas a bounty hunter could hunt down bounties, but only a bounty hunter could do that. And those aspects not only add gameplay into the game that kind of meshes them with the world, so to say, like you have a role within the game, you're a smuggler, you're a bounty hunter, they also make you unique. And so if you're, like, say for example, you and I created a clan, you played a tank and I played a healer, and particular healers, like I played like a priest, and you played, a blackguard tank or something. If we were to add another healer, and that healer, for example, was a paladin, that would be different. They would offer a different skill set to our group, which would, alter the way that we play, or maybe, make us better in certain ways. But instead of getting another healer, we got another DPS. Well, now the group dynamic changes, but it changes even more if those classes are also unique. So, I mean, really, yes, if that's your question, if whether or not it can work today, it can, but it can't be too limiting. What I mean by that is that you can't feel like by playing a class that you can't enjoy the game or have fun playing the game, right? Like, let's say, you pick a bard class, but you have no combat skills. Galaxies did that to some extent, and I think it's kind of problematic. Now, it works in Galaxies, right? Because there's no bard in the Star Wars lore. Like, you're not going to hurt somebody by playing that Cantina theme. Dun, 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 dun. As much as I would like that idea, it doesn't really work in that universe. But in other universes, a bard inspires his allies, right? It writes songs about its allies. It makes its allies feel more reinvigorated. It makes them feel more courage, right? Majority of D&D games have the concept called courage, where you get like your +1 stats to all your saving throws or whatever. That a bard does that to you. So it's like, you can make it in a way that you still help combat while not necessarily being the one who's doing all the damage themselves. But WoW changed that in a lot of ways with its talent system. And talents and specializations kind of eroded a lot of what was initially like considered the class system, in my opinion, because now you have a class that can do 3 different roles in some cases, or you have a class that can do maybe all DPS specializations, but it allows them to have that much more variety. Now, again, in that type of game, it makes sense because they're class-based, right? WoW is a class-based game. It's not a skill-based game, which means that you don't get more points for hitting your sword over and over again, like you were discussing earlier. You don't get more points for doing that. But in a game like EQ, you do. And that's because although it's a class-based game, it first and foremost is an RPG. So it's about obtaining skills, getting more skills in order to do the activities that you do better, and then rounding out your character. But when games switch to being classes, which are easier to do, by the way, they're just easier to design from a design perspective. It's easier to, I mean, you've probably played D&D, and anybody else has in chat. It's much easier to create a template and play the template character than it is to actually go through, figure out all of your traits, figure out what your stats are, what's your AC going to be, what's your saving rules. Like, that's much more difficult. But once again, there should be a market for one game, the class-based game, and there should be a market for the RPG game. And the RPG game, that's the one that I want to play. I want to actually be able to really customize my character. And as a player, I know I should have consequences to choosing the type of class that I choose. And what I mean by that is that when I played a Witch Elf in Warhammer, I knew that that meant that I was squishy. I knew that. That's okay, right? I don't have to have a tank playthrough or a tank specialization or a healer specialization or whatever the heck else, right? I don't need any of that. I can just, I don't know, do damage and be the kind of class that I chose to be. But the problem, and I'll leave on this, with the skill systems, just so people know that there's also problems with it. Obviously, it's harder to balance. Obviously, it's harder to explain to a player. But I think where the other problems arise is that in a lot of these systems, you can almost end up being a jack of all trades in the end after the progression is done. Like early on, you can't because you're withheld by like the sheer amount of levels and experience you have to put into the game. But we always end up talking about Darkfall in some way. But Darkfall unfortunately had that problem where, in their eyes, progression took so long there was no possible way everybody would learn everything. Well, guess what? Everyone did. And mind you, many of them cheated, many of them exploited, and many of them took advantage of, faulty code and mechanics in order to exploit such a thing. But at the end of the day, point being is if you don't put consequences into a game, people will bypass the consequences and try and get the most possible benefit out of it that they can possibly get. And that's why some people, for example, don't like the idea of having to have specific classes for a specific group because they think to themselves, this isn't fair. I pick this tank and this tank is better than me, or this tank does this thing different than me, which kind of makes it better, which, I mean, that's a fair argument, especially when you do these different types of classes that are based on the same archetype. One of them inevitably kind of becomes better. I think we can agree. So that there are problems that go with it. And at the end of the day, it's harder to do, and that's why it's not done as much. So, I mean, I think many games are showing that they're going to do this in the future. I mean, if you just look at the games that are coming out on Kickstarter, nearly every single one of them is attempting to do very unique classes as much as they possibly can. Like even Crowfall is doing that in the way that they build their classes. Camelot Unchained has unique. Of course, he went for the same thing that he did in DAOC, which is like realms and classes and races all mixed together within each realm. Sorry. And then you have, of course, games like Chronicles of Illyria. Excuse me. Another example off the top of my... Oh, Pantheon is another example. So I think it's sustainable, and it certainly is something we can see in the future. But I hope I explained, maybe to some extent, why we haven't seen as much of it, and maybe what the pluses of it are, and as well as the cons. It certainly has cons to it.
Right. No, I mean, that's fair. It's more of just kind of one of those random thoughts of how you would make it work and then why you'd make it work. And I can definitely see a big part of it definitely comes down to class design overall. And like you said, how if you try to go for the unique classes, how each one would have to work in terms of like balancing and variety. And definitely it does a lot of time come down to, especially when you come to different factions or races, well, they have the same archetype but different classes that play that
Exactly.
archetype, you know, and going back to like you said with Warhammer, you know, a good example is that, especially let's say the elves, you know, the high elves and the dark elves, like they definitely had some classes that were better than the other when it came to like DPS and tanks and all that, you know, fun stuff. Like definitely was noticeable. So I can see in that
Yeah.
respect that, yeah, it probably wouldn't work out in the
No, I
long
mean,
run.
it's not to say that it wouldn't work out in the long run. It's that it would take more meticulous planning and time and effort. I mean, because again, I keep bringing up the tabletop example because it's the best example for me. When you're creating a character sheet, it takes time, dude. It's not easy. Some people spend months creating characters. I've heard people tell me stories of creating a character that took months in the making. If some people really are that
Well,
particular about the way that they make their characters, but also, of course, you're going to take the time to make the character that you yourself want to play.
when I say not working, I mean more so for me, like I can see a lot of developers not
Right.
wanting to go in depth like that, and that's definitely noticeable with some games where, especially with, you know, like I mentioned earlier, the free to play games. A lot of free to play games, especially I've played good and bad. They just go with the basic copy paste warrior,
Yep.
mage, scout, you know, type classes, and you don't see it, and like it definitely makes sense, at least a lot more now thinking about, like, yeah, now I can see why they don't go that route.
Yeah, and I hope that changes in the end. I'm so tired of these boring ass class systems that we have in current MMOs. They're just not inventive. I mean, at this point, Bless Online is like a hilarious example of this, but they literally just have classes where they're just like paladin, cleric, you know, it's just like, can we like figure out, first off, can we think of other names to name a class? And second off, can we
Yeah, for
add
sure.
far more to it than just like, here you are the cleric? It's like, I know why Asian games do it because it makes more sense for their type of game model, where it's more like action based and a lot more about just grinding and sort of, you know, having more, I guess, accessible, simplistic like roles in some ways. But at the same time, it's just like, there's so many things that are limited because of this type of class making. And one final example I'll leave everyone with is why haven't we done a bard in a game where you can actually do damage to people? Lord of the Rings has it, Online has it, EQ has it, but it doesn't do damage. But what I mean is, like, you know how when you guys play Ocarina of Time, you have to do those little sequences with your Ocarina where you gotta like da 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 da, you gotta like press the buttons and stuff. Why don't we just make a combat system in a game where you're a bard and you just play music? Like, it's so bizarre to me that nobody else has fucking like thought, why don't we put this in a game? It's a great idea. It's super unique. Well, that's because everyone's stuck in the mud and they keep, you know, settling on the cleric, warrior, ranger. And it's like, rangers in D&D, rangers aren't just fucking archers, dude. That's another thing that annoys me. When is a ranger ever just an archer? It isn't. But in MMOs, it is. It's like just the archer. It's like the archer boy. EQ does something similar to that, Dinotron, but it's not damage, and you don't have to actually do the spells. Or sorry, play the songs. In Lord of the Rings Online, you can actually play the songs, but it's not combined with combat. So I would say that it would be cool if you could actually combine it with the combat. Apparently, someone in chat, Rainfoon, says Outlands Online does that. Well, that's a really cool feature randomly in Outlands. But
Kind of. Allies is mostly, it just comes down to spells. You don't actually make the
Okay.
songs. You just play like predetermined spells. Yeah, like you're thinking more so of like the hunting horn from Monster Hunter, because
Right.
that's what I thought of when you were saying
Yeah,
that.
I guess that is a good example. But you know, kind of all over the place. But I think it's a good question. And hopefully I did enough to explain my opinion on the class systems in current games. Obviously, not as I guess the president in chief would say, not good, not good.
All right. Well, I appreciate the talk either way. I'll let Doom get his question before you end up
All
the
right,
podcast.
man. Take care, and everybody in chat. Thanks, Jermatoo, for his question.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
All right. Finish it off. What's your question? What's your point?
All right. I was. You remember earlier you were talking about how artists with the creative freedom with the God of War thing, how good that has done.
And by the way, the guy
And
that's
talking,
behind it, sorry to cut you off, his name's Corey Balrog, or Barlog is the name of the designer that I was talking about. But anyway, sorry.
Okay. Well, we've also seen examples of where companies given the artists too much freedom, and the game's been a big letdown. Final Fantasy 15 was a great example, where the artist didn't even know what the hell he wanted to do with the game, and he was constantly changing it. Now, I was thinking, what would you feel about if companies did like a AA game? And their idea was a middle ground of it, where they would support an artist, but they required the artist to, give them their 5-year goal of how the game would launch, and try to hold them to it. Not like fully pigeonhole them, because there might be some new technology that comes out that could say, oh, well, this will actually improve this system and make the game better, but it's still going to be somewhat on that same level, evolving the game, but not like doing a 180 or just remaking the game from scratch.
I think it's coming from kind of like the other perspective that we didn't really highlight in our conversation, me and Ulysses' conversation. But one thing I want to address is that ultimately there's fuck ups on both sides of the discussion of art versus business. And I would actually, agree with you that you have to be careful when it comes to the artist, because the artist will promise you the moon and then some, and they'll make it sound poetic, and they'll tell you the greatest tale you've ever been told. And then they'll lie to you. So you do have to temper your expectations, and that's where the business in this engagement. Let's say you and I create a company, and you're the creative vision of the company. What I would then do, being someone who understands how companies work and video games work, I would then say, okay, well then I'll focus on maybe more of the business development, production, that other marketing, that other stuff that maybe you're not really going to touch yourself. So by splitting the duties, I've inevitably made myself versus you. Because now at some point you're going to say, but we need the shaders to work in this specific way at this point. And I'm going to say, yeah, but we can't do that because it's going to cost X amount of money, and I don't even know if it's worth the payoff in the end. That's where we're going to start arguing. But that's normal. That's okay. We're going to have that open dialogue of, okay, what do I need to actually like prove my vision, and what is just like I can get rid of? What's just fluff? What's just like best case scenario? This relationship is one that's existed in, throughout culture, throughout history, and it's not an easy one. Because, I mean, look at artists back in the day. They used to have patrons. And I'm sure, at some point after these artists started making paintings, the patrons started to realize, wait a minute, why don't I just tell them to make something for me specifically? And that's what they started to do, right? Commissions. Patrons became commissions. It was no longer, I'm going to give an artist money, make whatever you can. That's cool. It was like, I'm going to give an artist money to make exactly what I want them to make. Which obviously is cool and has its negatives as well. But no, I would certainly agree that there are very obvious examples where creative was given far too much control. The best one that I can think of is Real Time Worlds, the company behind APB. That company, if you just watch that video, like the amount of negligence, over focus on just like stupid corporate measures that didn't make any sense. They were almost like they knew they had this big artist with a big vision and a big voice, but they went too far into trying to, like, I don't know, privatize this artist and make him super adhere to like some type of schedule or whatever else. And it didn't work, but I think you could argue that it's because of both sides. It's not just because the artist went wild, it's also because the business aspects, in order to keep up with the artist, kind of went wild as well. So yeah, it's like an interesting balance, right? We want to hold an artist accountable, and we certainly want to put them on a vision, like you said. We want to hold them to their vision. What I think about it is it's kind of like this. An artist gives you his vision, you take that vision, and then you send it back to him and you say, okay, which one can't you live with or without, right? Like what aspects of your vision would you never, ever, ever compromise on? And what aspects would you compromise on? And again, I know this because I've dealt with artists before, and you kind of have to get them to at least be willing to make amends or find a middle ground on certain aspects. Again, if they're willing to just sit, like for example, in Walking Dead, the writers on Walking Dead game, a big point of contention was the ability for the player character to die. And that was because in previous Telltale games, you were never allowed to die as the main character. That was like a big point of contention amongst, the suits and the designers, the artists and the writers in particular, Vanaman and I can't remember the other guy, but the ones that wrote the game and designed them, they particularly, made it a point to say, look, this is one thing we won't compromise on. And they said that on a couple of things. And even in the end, Kevin Bruner, the kind of the villain of the story to some extent, even he agreed with them. Even he said, yeah, they're right. And I think that ate him up inside. The fact that he had to admit that they were right, which is another problem altogether. But at the end of the day, if your artist is saying, look, trust me, I'm telling you, and you've already gone through every type of, middle ground that you could possibly go, you can't get them to budge, then you should ask yourself, okay, am I being rational about this? Like, am I wanting them to change because I want them to listen to me? Am I wanting them to change because it's not feasible economically? Or am I just not trusting their vision yet? And ultimately, I feel like you kind of have to trust the vision, right? I mean, we have to trust them to some extent in order for them to create the kind of story that we want them to create. But we can't let them be reckless about it. Because I actually agree with you that Final Fantasy 15 is a crazy, example, because it's just like, how long was that game in development? Like 9 years or something? Like 7, 8,
I think
10? Like, that's just insane that they've had. First they were doing the Versus thing, right? And then that kind of went away for some reason. And then they started to do the regular the regular RPG. But then they never showed any gameplay footage for it, and they only ever showed tech demos. So for the longest time, we were all joking that Final Fantasy 15 was vaporware because we had no clue if this thing was really coming out. So yeah, I do agree that is an example of doing too far in the other direction. And actually, here's an even sadder example using Final Fantasy 14 1.0. That was the artist who basically went rampant. And
well, 1.0 had a lot of problems.
I would agree.
When you look at it, it's like there was problems with a cup had the same graphical demand, the same processing power demanding as a in-game raid boss. It's like, what, really?
Yeah. So that was the one where they had the flower pots that had the same amount of pixels as the player characters even. I think they had more.
Yeah, they had more. They were on the same level as raid bosses.
Yeah.
The big, giant, huge things. It's like, what?
Yeah, so having a bunch of flower pots on screen is basically the equivalent to having more players on your screen. Which, more than more players. Like, more of one play. It's like, like you said, it's basically like another raid boss on your screen. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of, you could say it's artistic. Maybe they just wanted really nice flower pots. And maybe that was the point again. I feel like in that case, if I'm the business lead and I'm the guy in charge of the financials, I'm going to say, really, guys? Flower pots with this many? No, we're changing that. So I feel like that was a failure of the checks and balances. Somebody should have told whoever's idea it was to create such a detailed flower pot that, hey, dude, we're not designing an RPG. We're designing an MMORPG. We're going to have 1,000 people, 100 people, 50 people on screen in the same zone at the same, NPC. So we can't have that kind of thing function. But yeah.
Well, I don't even think a regular single-player game could handle that, because how many flower pots were in that game.
If a game was just flower pots, I don't think they'd be able to run that game with the way that their cell model and shaders and all that stuff was working, and pixels and whatever their engine was doing to generate that flower pot. Not sustainable.
I mean, don't get me wrong. From what I've read, the story plot of 1 was excellent, and I really am sad I never got to experience.
Yeah, and it is sad to think that we'll never get to see kind of what that finished out vision was. But that brings us back to our whole, point earlier, which is that right now the most popular MMOs are the ones that take the least amount of risks and have the biggest IPs. And that's just how things work right now. So we just have to accept that up until we can, innovate and change things. So I'm not saying we have to accept it as in like there's nothing you can do, but I just mean like in the realm of AAA MMOs, we can't expect that they're the ones that are going to save the day. We got to rely on other people. We got to rely on the community ultimately.
Yeah, which is why I'm really excited with the backing things, even though some of the backing ones don't look like they might be doing so well.
And and I'll make a video about Kickstarters and crowdfunding, because I think people need to understand that although it's our greatest savior, it could also be our undoing. And that's why people like me who look at the MMO market as this historical market and they pay great attention to it, especially as to what the future could hold. That's why people like me are very, very scared about Star Citizen, right? Because the implications that go there, I mean, it really could change a whole lot of things. It's scary and exciting and terrifying even at the same time.
One thing I really hate with Star Citizen is the um they have to get everything out at day one. It's like, okay, I understand that idea if this was a single player game, where that's the game, this is it, this is what everyone paid for. But this is an MMO, something you can add on to later with expansions and download packs and stuff, content packs. It's like, just get the game out.
Like, get the base game out and then worry about all the fluff. I mean, I think all of us at this point would agree. I mean, that's my biggest issue, and it gets talked about a lot, and it's a meme at this point. But Star Citizen creep or feature creep is a real thing, right? It becomes a real thing, especially when you start missing deadlines and missing a lot of deadlines and missing them by years. It starts to become, all right, this this feature creep is just creeping up and just growing to like insane size. It's like a Zerg player in StarCraft 2. Like they're just spreading their creep like all over the place, or they're spreading their features like the creep spreading all over the place. And that's just a recipe for disaster. And I think we've already had that historically happen in All Points Bulletin. They already promised so many things, but they just didn't even have a good base game. And so when the game launched, it just tanked, and then that was it. This massive failure that, in a weird way, kind of led to the success of GTA Online, but that's another point, another video for another time. I just realized we're 4 hours today, so we're longest we've ever been, which means that I'm hungry, I'm tired, and it's definitely a good time to stop the podcast.
Yeah, but you agree with me. A nice balance between the two, business and art, is what we want as a market. Right now, we just seem to see either it's all 100% business with the AAA market or 100% vision with the indie market. There's no middle ground.
Right. It certainly has to be somewhere in between. That's why, like, the idea of the AA game does kind of sound appealing, because it's like you have the money that you need, but you can still have the vision as well. And that's why I think, Camelot Unchained is very interesting to me, because they got outside investment as well. $10 million or whatever it was to really ramp up their production. So they started as a Kickstarter, but then they realize we're going to need more money if we want to get to the scale that we want to get to. And essentially now they're in some weird kind of AA kind of indie MMO arrangement where they've got outside money, but it's not necessarily a publisher. They still don't have a publisher. So that'll be interesting to watch as it unfolds. I want to thank everybody for taking the time today to stop by and watch me. I know I went longer than I usually do, but sometimes we do that, and I don't stream enough, so I don't get enough time to talk to you guys. So I know the people who listen might complain, but for those who watch it live, I think they much more appreciate it when it goes a little bit longer. They like the rants and all the other questions. But yeah, thank you for all the questions today. If you guys remember, I made a little challenge to y'all. If you want to email me your premise surrounding vanilla WoW versus current day WoW and why you think people want vanilla WoW back. I really want you guys to give me your all, and I'll give you the winning coffee mug that's themed after my channel. So yeah, anyway, thanks everybody for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thanks Doom Black Dragon for moderating and introducing the questions and making sure I don't go too long, even though I can't blame you. It's my fault in the end. I'm terrible at that, but we're working on it. Good questions by Ulysses, Jermatoo, and then of course all of you guys in chat on Twitch. I love you guys. Thanks for watching. Dark Age of Camelot video should be coming out this week, and that'll be cool. And we'll have much more planned, and we should have Lazy Peon on for next week's podcast. So lots of cool things coming, lots of interesting things, and it was a good week, good day, good podcast. That was episode 8. So yeah, I'm out of here, guys. I've already taken way too much of your time, so I'll see you guys later.